I am so sorry, guys. So I had like a Windows driver failure there, and I had to restart my computer. And my stream is going live, but it's not up yet, and I'm just firing up the different games again. Why is that on? Oh, God damn it! Okay, are these holds empty? Yes, they are. Okay. Okay, and we're recording, we are streaming. I have to double check my YouTube now. Dismiss it. We are running for.
Which is kind of wild because the
right, and that's good. Video details, part 102, part 202, Twitch, and live stream. And yes, we will log in you and anomaly belts.
Warp drive active.
Anomaly belt.
Warp drive active.
Once that is all done, sorry guys, just loading, and I'm gonna get the proper thing here. Deactivate. I didn't realize that it popped me in the big screen. I'm terribly sorry. There we go. And there we go. And now my mouse appears to be not working. Yes, there. And, okay. Something about a game caused a driver crash. Haven't had a blue screen in a while. This sucks because it's like a whole 10-minute thing on stream. So this could be much, much smaller. Yeah, bar one. Oh, there's bar one. Yeah, I was like, why is bar one so glitched? And it's like not glitched, but it's like. So bar one. WoW is not expanded. There we go. Ah. Yeah, right as I joined. Okay, gotta get that drone out, and we're gonna do this one that I'm at, and I'm gonna drag it over, and I'm gonna put the drone on it, and I want you to go out to me. Keep it range 1000. Okay, 3, 2, 1, 3, 5, 4. 1, 2, 3. Scale should be negative. Yeah, like right around, I would say, where I can still see the symbols. Yeah, what is that? That's 0.5. Yeah, like half the scale. Yeah, like there. Yep. 0.5. And then number 2. 0.5. And number 3. Fireworks. Fireworks. Let's fix these stupid bars. Oh god, I don't know. I have so much configuration to do. It's so annoying.
I need to get closer.
It's so annoying. That's something. Oh my god. Well, no one says that I have to do it fast. I suppose I'll fire up vintage now. Hopefully it won't cause a problem again. I hope it's saved. I bet it didn't. Son of a bitch. Maybe it did. I don't know. Did you save? Did you wait? Oops. I did not get fucking Canada Dry yesterday. What was I thinking? I just didn't buy it. What was I thinking? I usually do. I have to go back to the store. I mean, I guess I do anyways tomorrow, yeah. Oh, did you save? Yeah, you saved. Sweet. Cutting reeds, cutting reeds. Cutting reeds, cutting reeds. Cutting reeds, cutting reeds. Map seems to mess with it. King's Tribute. Wait, am I... Yeah, am I caught up here? No, I'm not caught up at all. Now I need that to move down. And I'm seeing like that I don't want to waste so much time customizing. And I don't really need to. Yeah, that's good enough for me, I think.
Hey there. See you later.
There's one other thing I need to do, I think. Well, there's a bunch of things, but yeah. And yeah, that's good. Yeah, like my camera stuff is good. Camera's doing real good. And my keys are good. And my macros, I think. My macros might need to be replaced, yeah. I have like a cast sequence macro for... I like Moonfire. I like running Moonfire, but I don't know. I don't have a buff macro. Oh, here we go. Mark Thorns. Yeah, there we go. There's my buff macro. Oh no, I was good. Well, at least I got it back fairly quick. That's good. And the UI itself is fairly big. We could go smaller now. I don't know. It seems like it's alright. It's like a fairly minimalist view. Oh, I want to stay in the rested, I guess. And I have a buff. How long do I have left? 3 minutes remaining. Boon of the Black Fathom. I guess that's the first thing I'll do. I'll go back to teleport Moonglade, and I'll get a buff in Darnassus. I'll fly out here. And I'll go to the bank, because I need to go to the bank. Alright, this was easier to do than I thought. Look, it was a little bit easier. Oops. It's not that, target. Show markers on minimap. Show markers on map. Options. I want the width to be longer. Yeah, like that. But I want the font, yeah, and the font size to be smaller. Yeah, like that. And then I want the, yeah, and I want you to be smaller like that. And I want you to go up over there. And then, yeah, show the suggested level. Show the minimum level for a quest. I need to... Now, that doesn't seem right. Oh, because I'm in mount form. Oh yeah, when I'm cheetah, it just makes me see from there. I kind of like this view.
you like a flight to Ruttherin Village courtesy of the Cenarian Circle?
I love reformats, but God, it's a lot of work. It's so annoying. It's a lot of work over time, and it's just frustrating to me a little bit. I love that you can pause this game. It's actually such a good game. Regrowth. Healing touch. Oh god, I gotta do my spells before I leave. We'll go to Darnassus first. I suppose I should actually take care of these. And blow all my money. Because I can't store them. There it is. I changed my mind about, well, no, I do like this better because it's out of the way. That's cool, though. I like this better. Okay, we need 15 heavy wool bandages. Heavy wool. 15 of them, that's 27 silver. We need 20 smoked bear meat. Smoked bear meat. 20 of them is 2 gold, 27. Yeah. I'm not going to pay that much. I'm just going to delete this. Or I suppose I'm supposed to stack them, but I'm not going to. Rough bronze boots. Rough bronze boots. Those are 58 silver apiece. 3 of them would be a gold 50. I'm not paying that much. Buy. 10 spider sausages. 10 of them would be 3 gold 78. I'm not going to do that. Buy. 10 thick leather. Let's see what thick leather is going for. This will be 60 silver. Yeah, we'll go looking for, we're gonna go shopping. Thick leather, right? Thick leather. I want to buy 10 stacks of 1. Yep, I want to buy the stack. 10 stacks of 1. Buy. At a gold 33. This is too expensive, but this one I can fulfill myself. I'm going to keep. 40 rock scale cod sounds really expensive. Rock scale. Oh no, 40 of it would be 26 silver. That's reasonable. But I have to cook it. Which I'm not sure if I have rock scale cod. Rock scale cod. 175 cooking. I'm at 157. So I can't fulfill this one. I'm going to keep it, however. And then waylaid supplies, solid grinding stones. How many? 10 solid grinding stones. Solid grinding. 10 of them. Will be a gold 70. I can't afford it. Buy. And now we'll go loot the mailbox and turn these in. Okay, there's my inventory down, like a little bit more reasonable thing. I should look at bags, but I don't know. Yeah, the only one I did was this one. It's okay. We're gonna put these other ones away and I'll deal with them later because they're like things I can do. I'll keep these for later, I guess. Yeah. And yeah, that's all I had to do here. Maybe I can get this chest open. Okay, good, and that's good, because I was like, yeah, the buff has been a little while. Okay, I'm gonna bump this music for... Oh no, I'm gonna listen to Philip DeFranco now. Finally. Okay. Very good. Oops, my tablet. Reset. Oh, my YouTube didn't go off. Why? Did you unlist it? Yeah, you did, didn't you? Oh, damn it. Yeah, you unlisted, you piece of shit. Fine. 35 minutes lost like that.
Fandom around Taylor Swift is like, it's so big that Taylor Swift could fart into a cup and like as long as she recorded it, it would be #1 on Spotify and Apple Music. But the problem right now is that Taylor Swift fans regarding her merch right now, they're saying, you know, you think it's the shit? It's not even the fart. So stupid. Why am I saying this? Because while just from the Era Store, it is estimated that Taylor Swift fans have spent in the hundreds of millions of dollars for merch. A number of posts started to pop up and blow up saying, you know, where is my stuff? And also those getting it complaining about the quality. Now, regarding the shipping delays, you had Business Insider reporting that a spokesperson for UMG and Bravado, they apologized to customers for the shipping delays around the holidays, saying we've extended full refunds, we've sent outstanding items were available free of charge, and issued store credits for any items that were no longer available. So this is, you also had people posting, okay, I waited months for this, and then they didn't like the quality, or they don't think that what was advertised is what they actually got. And people writing things like, this is what I would expect if I ordered a $15 dupe off of Temu. And again, with this, I'm even calling for boycotts. But for now, it remains to be seen if there's going to be any sort of traction on that. Because Swifties, they're pretty loyal, and a lot are very merch obsessed, and they don't want dupes, right? They want the authentic products. I mean, some even increase in value over time. But then there's also a question of what percentage of Swifties are actually impacted by this. Because there is the question of how widespread are these problems, and also how much of this is seasonal. Because I will say, if there is a time of year, especially in regards to shipping, that everything can kind of fall apart, it's definitely that holiday season, fourth quarter. But, you know, it's also really going to be the longtime Swifties, and also the longtime customers of really any company in general that know best regarding the quality of items. Like, for example, I couldn't tell you up from down for a brand like Lululemon, but I know if I'm going to talk about things in an anecdotal sense, I've heard a number of people over the last 3 years talk about their quality dipping. Like, I can Google Lululemon quality, and I can find articles back in 2013 where it talked about their quality dipping. They had issues, they had to recall 17% of their leggings, and obviously they have continued to be a massive brand. But I guess that's just a long-winded way of saying, you know, we don't really know what's going to happen here. And then, am I correct in assuming that we've all had to deal with like a crazy landlord or two, or at least just like a ridiculous one? Whether it just be like who they are as a human being, or the weird rules that they have in place. So today is the first day I ever heard about a landlord that had a no sex policy. That is what is increasingly happening to renters in the UK. And it appears that they don't actually have much they can do about it, right? Often, these things are explicitly written into leases as no sex clauses. With, for example, one tenant telling Vice, I thought, how are they even going to police that? But the landlord does inspections himself, and he actually mentions it when he visits. We're all girls, and he starts lecturing us about youths of today being hypersexual and telling us to save ourselves for marriage. And while other people people they interviewed reported that they were actually caught having sex and their landlords would slip them notes to stop. And in one case, quote, I confronted them in our shared kitchen and they kind of went apeshit, telling me it's wrong to have sex because it's their house, which I think says everything. Landlords don't look at tenants or
No one's
lodgers like
ever
they actually
stolen
deserve to
anything
be
out of
there.
here.
And the craziest
Not in
thing
the
is,
whole
again, this is
history
all
of
pretty
the
much
whole
allowed. Tenancy
history.
laws largely just say that as long as it's in the lease and the tenant agrees to it, it's all good. With the exception, of course, like that things aren't explicitly illegal. Like it can't be like, you have to sell meth to live here. But the main thing here is that banning sex is not technically illegal. Then also, there are leases out there, they don't explicitly ban sex, but they often find a way around it, such as banning overnight guests. It also then gets even worse if your landlord is a roommate, because then they're afforded even more privileges to control and ban things. Making things even harder in the UK is that even if protections were put in place to allow you to have a private life in your rented home, landlords could still just evict you for it. And that's because they have something called no-fault evictions, which allows them to kick you out for no reason in particular. Because in that case, they'd still be good as long as they don't say it's specifically because you were having sex. Now that said, they've had multiple British governments that have promised to ban no-fault evictions, but they have then always consistently put it on the back burner. Also, for the majority of my audience, most of you are Americans, and you're hearing this and you're thinking, thank God I don't live in the UK. Well, I also have some bad news for you. This also actually happens here as well because that whole no guess
all
work.
the
Where
time.
is it
Notably,
you
there
want
are
to
also
go
cases of it going
For
the
just
other
a few
direction.
coins,
Well, back in
Griffins can get
2022,
you
there was a
there
federal
faster
court that
than
was
even
hearing
the
a case about a
swiftest
Las
horse.
Vegas landlord who
These-
actually put a clause into his leases that would force tenants to have sex with him. Now, obviously, that is illegal, but it's worth mentioning because it's actually rare for a landlord to actually be punished for illegal clauses rather than just having them removed from the lease. But I am going to leave you with two different questions here. One, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts on this specific story, but also two, please, if you would, share with the class your worst rental experiences. It could be a roommate situation, a landlord situation, and anything. I just have a feeling I'm going to have a few hours on Sunday free. And after the countless hours of entertainment or sadness at times, if we're being honest, that I've given you, it's the least you could do. Entertain me on a lazy Sunday. And then, when it comes to trying to break a bad habit because it's in your best interest, I love the saying, it's not about giving up, it's about switching up. Because let's face it is hard to give up things that we enjoy, even when they aren't good for us. But switching it up, that's a game changer. And thanks to the sponsor of today's show, Fume, they're offering up a switch to help take the bad out of bad habits. Because Fume's an innovative, award-winning flavored air device that takes your habit and simply makes it better, healthier, and a lot more enjoyable. And they have a bunch of different flavors you'll love. Because, when I first got this, I didn't know what to expect. But right out of the gate, we were surprised with how flavorful it was. Lindsay's preferred orange vanilla. I've liked crisp mint, which I found quite refreshing.
I'm going to respond to his thing, right? I'm going to say... my landlord sold our place that we lived at for 7 years, which was his right. But boy, all 5 apartments were rented by my inner circle and our friends, and it was the death of an era. Time Zero marches on. We had been there since high school. 16. No. Getting the news devastated us. I do believe we'd all still be there if we had been given the option. Best place I ever lived. We had aquariums. Gave us 3 weeks notice. It was 4. Yeah. Having my entire social circle next door was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. We were just trucking along, being in our 20s. Getting this devastated us. Landlord selling sucks. Yeah, landlord selling sucks. You know what I'm saying? It sucks. It sucks. It wrecked our crew. I do believe we'd all live there still. Like, I do believe I would still live there. I really do. I think we were so happy there. We would have bought the place from him. It was... Our landlord loved us. We loved him. I do believe it'd all still be there if we had been given the option. Yep.
In me loves the movable parts and the magnets. It's balanced just right. It keeps my fingers busy, which helps with a lot of anxieties that come with taking the bad out of your bad habits. You can even adjust the airflow to your liking. Plus, they just released a magnetic stand for your fumes, so there's no losing it around the house. And that's it. You're just breathing in naturally flavored air through an award-winning device. No artificial flavors, nasty chemicals, or batteries are involved, just flavored air. So start off the year by taking the bad out of bad habit and go to tryfum.com/DeFranco. And then just use code DeFranco to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. And then this hospital that we got to talk about, they're trying to kick out this girl who's paralyzed, and now she's also fighting back, right? Because this story is about a young woman by the name of Alexis Ratcliffe. This actually begins back in 2008 when she was just 18 months old. Because one day, her mom was driving while high.
Oh, I had to go to Iron
In the front
Forge.
seat of the car. And as often happens when you drive under the influence, the car crashed, with Ratcliffe's neck then getting crushed in the wreck. But she survived, albeit with permanent injuries, becoming quadriplegic and relying on a wheelchair and a ventilator. And for a long time, she lived at home, with Medicaid providing aides and nurses to help take care of her. But when she was 13,
No, this is
after her grandpa
Hillsbrad. I don't
moved
want
out, gave up
Hillsbrad.
his house to move to an assisted living facility. She went to Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist Hospital, paying for long-term care through Medicaid. And except for one 6-month stint with a foster family, that's where she's been ever since, with her even recently celebrating her 18th birthday there. And all the doctors, nurses, and staff who had been her friends over the years, they threw a party for her. But the very next day, she was moved to the adult wing, and hospital officials began pressuring her to leave, with them claiming that her health has been stable and she doesn't require the level of care that she's getting in the hospital. And its vice chief academic officer telling NPR, we always have people waiting for beds, and especially ICU beds. And adding that some people get turned away or they wait prolonged periods, quote, when you have people who stay in the hospital for a very long period of time like this. So they found her in a nursing home a few hours away in Virginia, and allegedly they threatened that if she didn't agree, she'd instead have to go to a nursing home even further away, maybe in Ohio. But to that, she refused, not because she didn't want to leave. She did, rather because she wanted to go to a home or apartment nearby where she could still be close to her friends, family, and school. At the college, she's been taking online classes that gave her a full academic scholarship, and she hopes to attend in person one day. Also, very notably, moving out of state would strip her of North Carolina Medicaid, and it would make it much harder to return home if she wants to. With her telling NPR, yes, I am a quad, but I'm still a normal human being just like everyone else, and I should be able to live life to the fullest of my abilities. And adding, you can't put a social butterfly in a bubble and think that it's going to be okay. Then after Ratcliffe refused to leave, the hospital sued her for trespass. So now she's fighting the suit with her own team of lawyers who allege that the hospital retaliated against her, claiming the hospital removed the respiration equipment that she needs to go outside and ended a contract with a nurse who occasionally took her out. So with that, she says she hasn't left the building.
Fuck, I went to the
birthday.
wrong
Her defense
place,
is that the
I
state of North Carolina
guess.
has a duty to find a house or apartment for her with aides and nurses, which is arguably true.
Wait,
Right, 25
this
years
is
ago,
wrong.
the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that states have an obligation to help people with disabilities live whenever possible in their own homes and not in institutions like
Why is
hospitals and
South
nursing
Shore
homes.
not
Yet a
here?
decade
I don't
after that ruling, you
know.
had an NPR investigation finding that
Whatever.
every
I'm
state
just
and the
gonna
federal
do the
government had
quests.
failed
I
to
don't
live up
care.
to that requirement. And now, a quarter
I can see
century
what they
since the
are, what I
ruling,
need to
Ratcliffe's
do,
case and
so.
others show that progress is still lagging, with NPR finding that while nursing homes contain fewer young people today, there are still about 6,500 of them under the age of 30 living in such facilities, with part of that due to non-compliance and part of it just because there's a severe shortage of nurses and at-home aides. But for now, we'll have
Gotta
to
go
wait
get
to see what
turtle
happens
meat,
to
and I
Alexis,
have a
as well
turn
as the
in.
greater situation in general.
Oh, I have a
The
turn-in
IVF
in
procedures in
Stormwind.
Alabama
God
are now
damn it, I
already
didn't
shutting
know.
down. And this, of course, just days
Son
after
of a
that
bitch,
state
I'll
Supreme
fly
Court
back.
ruling we talked about. Because earlier this week, Alabama Supreme Court ruled that frozen IVF embryos are now legally considered children, giving them the same protections as, I guess we'll call them, post-birth children under state law. And that, as expected, has sent the state's health system into absolute chaos, with there being this massive scramble to try and decipher what this meant for IVF procedures, since the ruling was very vague on that front, with many experts speculating that fertility clinics will have to stop operations or shut down altogether, else they'd be at risk of being liable for homicide charges or child abuse charges just for doing their normal day-to-day operations, or doing things like disposing of embryos that are damaged, not viable, or unneeded by the couple who made it for any number of reasons. And already we're seeing multiple clinics in Alabama pausing procedures, effectively cutting off IVF access for many people in the state who want to start a family. In fact, yesterday, the single biggest hospital in the state announced that it was pausing IVF treatments, with the University of Alabama at Birmingham Health System saying in a statement, "We are saddened that this will impact our patients' attempt to have a baby through IVF, but we must evaluate the potential that our patients and our physicians could be prosecuted criminally or face punitive damages for following the standard of care for IVF treatments." Though adding that the health system's division of reproductive endocrinology and infertility, they'll keep doing egg retrievals from people seeking IVF treatment, but they will not continue on the
So I
next
gotta
steps necessary
text
for
them.
getting pregnant, or which is combining the egg and the sperm in lab and letting the embryos develop. There was a spokesperson also adding that they are putting a pause on implanting embryos. And all of this is still still developing in real time, right? Just today, we're now seeing a second IVF provider, Alabama Fertility Services, announcing that it too is pausing fertility operations, saying that the state Supreme Court decision, it's forced them to make the impossibly difficult decision to hold new IVF
Where would you
treatments
like
due
to
to the
fly
legal
to?
risk to our clinic and our embryologists. And adding, we're contacting patients that will be affected today to find solutions for them, and we are working as hard as we can to alert our legislators as to the far-reaching negative impact of this ruling on the women of Alabama. AFS will not close. We will continue to fight for our patients and the families of Alabama. And in comments to the Associated Press, we saw a reproductive endocrinologist at Alabama Fertility emphasizing the emotional elements at play here, saying the moments that our patients are wanting to have by growing their families, Christmas mornings with grandparents, kindergarten, going into the first day of school with little backpacks, all that stuff is what this is about. Those are the real moments that this ruling could deprive patients of. Regarding the reach out to legislators, I don't know how helpful that will be, right? Because it feels like the impact that we are seeing, that is the intent. Control of people and their bodies. Being able to force women to carry out unwanted pregnancies under Alabama's near total abortion ban. And now with this recent change, people who want to bring life into this world, they now can't because of an Alabama Supreme Court that made a legal ruling filled with so much religious talk. So understand, like, what we're seeing, it's not like weird side effects. This is the long play. Conservatives play the long game to ultimately get rid of Roe v. Wade, and everything that we have seen since are the incremental steps. And it's not going to end here. There is a goal and a drive that, among other things, is there to be nationwide implementation of a number of things that we're seeing and nationwide bans. And then, really interesting U.S. news, Arizona is currently refusing to extradite a murder suspect to New York. Whereas the man in question here is suspected of murdering a 38-year-old woman at a New York hotel. But then he fled the state and was arrested in Arizona several days later, where he has now also been accused of 2 stabbings and is being held without bail. Now with this, experts say that normally a homicide case like this would be a routine extradition, but Rachel Mitchell, the Maricopa County attorney, has refused to do so, announcing at a news conference yesterday that her team would not cooperate in efforts to send the suspect to New York because she thinks the Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, is too soft on crime, suggesting without any evidence that he might just release the murderer from custody, saying, quote, "We will not be agreeing to extradition. I've instructed my extradition attorneys not to agree to that. We're going to keep him here." And adding, having observed the treatment of violent criminals in the New York area by the Manhattan DA there, Alvin Bragg, I think it's safer to keep him here and keep him in custody so that he cannot be out doing this to individuals either in our state, county, or anywhere in the United States. Now notably, here her criticisms are nothing new. Bragg and other Democratic DAs have frequently been slammed by more conservative-leaning groups for being too easy on crime. And Bragg has been under fire since he took office in 2022 after campaigning on criminal justice reform, that including backing away from prosecuting some misdemeanors, him telling his prosecutors that they should only try to get prison time for serious offenses like murder and sexual assault. And what's more, police unions and Republicans have also condemned him for allowing too many people to be released on bail. Just last month, for example, he was accused of releasing potentially violent criminals after 2 NYPD officers were attacked by a group that included several migrants living in shelters. And while some of those suspects were charged with felonies and eligible for bail, Bragg's office let them go. But at the same time, specifically here, there is zero indication that Bragg would just be letting a suspected murderer go. And so that's why with this, you also have many accusing Mitchell of just playing politics and politicizing the prosecution of a murderer, with a spokesperson for Bragg hitting back in a statement saying, "It is deeply disturbing that DA Mitchell is playing political games in a murder investigation." And then going on to make an argument that we've seen used a lot to push back against claims that liberal DAs are too easy on crime, saying, "Just look at crime statistics." And noting that, quote, "New York's murder rate is less than half that of Phoenix, Arizona because of the hard work of the NYPD and all of our law enforcement partners. It is a slap in the face to them and to the victim in our case to refuse to allow us to seek justice and full accountability for a New Yorker's death." And we've also seen others echo that claim that this is all just political theater, pointing out that Mitchell is currently running for re-election against a Republican opponent and that targeting Bragg is very appealing to the Republican base, right? Especially because Bragg is currently prosecuting Trump over the alleged hush money payments to Stormy Daniels, making him a major target of Republican anger. And in addition to this being an election year, the timing of Mitchell's announcement is key because the Stormy Daniels case is about to go to trial next month. Also, notably with the situation, while you have Mitchell saying these things at the press conference, at the same time we've seen her staff now trying to walk back her claim, with one spokesperson telling the New York Times that the actual reason the suspect isn't being extradited is because Arizona law literally requires cases with charges this serious to be resolved in the state first before extradition. And then another spokesperson for Mitchell also told the Times that Bragg hasn't even formally requested an extradition yet. And so at the very least, it seems like she is taking something that is basically just something that is procedural and part of the literal law of her state, and then just blowing it out of proportion for political gain. So yeah, something you would expect as we continue the slow slide into the even bigger dumpster fire. And then, are you spring travel planning? Well, something to keep in mind when you start to book your travel is that when you're looking for the best rates on flights, hotel rooms, rental cars, all that, companies can actually increase prices for returning website visitors, hoping that you'll purchase out of fear as you see the prices going up. Also, hotels or airlines, they can offer cheaper tickets to people in their home country. And alternatively, prices spike when interest suddenly increases. But the sponsor of today's show, NordVPN, or more directly, nordvpn.com/PhillyD, they can help. Because Nord encrypts your network network, allowing you to route through one of many servers around the globe. You know, we think of VPNs as an additional privacy and security layer, and they are, but also consider using them to save on your travel. Simply connect to another region or country server and see what's available and how prices change. You might find yourself very surprised by what you find. And then also know that Nord is working to keep your online activity secure wherever you log on. So y'all, take control of your internet experience today and just go to nordvpn.com/PhillyD to get a huge discount on a 2-year plan plus an additional 4 months free. That's nordvpn.com/PhillyD, the best deal on the internet, and it's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. And then the Supreme Court appears to be ready to totally upend essential federal protections for labor, healthcare, the environment, civil rights, and pretty much every area of American life. And this massive case, ironically enough, starts with a small fish, a herring used for bait and as canned sardines. Right, and the case comes from a pair of challenges brought by Atlantic herring fishermen against a Trump administration regulation imposed in 2020, with that directing commercial fishing vessels to pay observers they were required to carry on board for certain trips to collect data to prevent overfishing. And to impose that rule, the National Marine Fisheries Service drew from a 1976 fishery conservation law. But then a coalition of fishermen sued, arguing that the law does not explicitly authorize fishermen to pay for the $700 a day observers. Now, a notable thing here is that the monitoring program actually only lasted a year because of a lack of funding, and these fishermen were actually reimbursed for all their costs. But 2 suits dubbed Relentless Inc. v. U.S. Department of Commerce and Loper Bright Enterprises v. Raimondo, those still pressed on. And in May of last year, the Supreme Court agreed to take up these 2 cases. But not because it has anything to do with fish. In fact, it never was. This is actually about a decades-long conservative crusade with the goal of weakening federal regulations to increase profits while transferring power from federal agencies to conservative judges. I'll explain. Are the fishermen behind these cases? They aren't just asking for a narrow ruling on this regulation that basically doesn't even impact them anymore. No, they're asking the Supreme Court to overturn a 40-year-old precedent regarding the authority federal agencies are given to impose regulations. And in fact, the Supreme Court itself explicitly said it wouldn't be considering any of this fish garbage when it agreed to take the case back in May. Instead, it'll just focus on whether to scale back or entirely reverse the legal framework the federal judges have used for 4 decades to decide nearly 20,000 challenges. Because the precedent in question here was set in 1984 with the case Chevron v. Natural Resources Defense Council. And this case is insanely important, with it even being described as one of the most consequential Supreme Court decisions in the court's entire history. But I would also describe it as one of the most technical, legalese-filled cases in the court's whole ass history. So I'm going to try and keep this short and consumable. Now, first up, to understand Chevron, we need to quickly talk about the role federal agencies play in lawmaking. Or when Congress created federal agencies, it gave them the power to implement and enforce the federal laws that Congress itself writes and passes, which looks like this. Congress will pass a sweeping law to some major policy goal, like, for example, providing affordable health care through Obamacare. But Obamacare is a massive and incredibly complex program. So instead of having politicians with no actual healthcare expertise sorting out every single technical detail, Congress delegates that power to experts at relevant agencies. So it's actually the agencies that come up with the specifics for implementing Obamacare and then enforcing those policies, which they do by making regulations. And because the world changes and evolves with time, agencies are given the ability to update and impose new regulations as needed to effectively enforce laws, as long as the new regulations comply with the original legislation that Congress wrote. And so as a result, Congress will write these bills in a way that gives agencies the necessary space to do that. But that can also create statutes that are vague. So it's not at all uncommon to see an agency interpret an unclear law in a certain way and then have that interpretation challenged in federal court, which then brings us back full circle to Chevron. Right, that Chevron suit was actually the result of a challenge to how the EPA had interpreted part of the Clean Air Act that defined certain kinds of pollutants. But when the Supreme Court took that case up, they also considered a much bigger question. When Congress writes a provision that is vague or unclear, should courts accept the interpretation experts and agencies came up with or impose their own interpretation? And in a unanimous decision, the court ruled in favor of the EPA, setting the landmark precedent that interpretation of vague statutes should be left to the experts. The court going on to outline 2 overarching reasons for this, with the thinking being that they'll always have better knowledge of these technical and complex issues over judges. And second, it's way more democratic. Right, while agencies aren't directly accountable to voters, agency leaders are appointed by presidents who are. Meanwhile, federal judges are unelected political appointees who usually serve for life. So if they make a bad decision on these cases, voters can't do shit. Now, very notably here, when this decision was first made, it had broad support from conservative judges. In fact, one of the earliest and strongest proponents of all this was Justice Antonin Scalia, one of the most conservative justices ever. Beyond that, Justice Clarence Thomas also supported the president in 2005, though he changed his mind 15 years later. And he also wasn't alone. In recent years, opinions on this have shifted as the fight for deregulation and limiting administrative power have become central tenets of the conservative legal movement. And those 2 things go hand in hand, with those who favor deregulation frequently arguing that federal bureaucracies are too bloated and have too much power. The critics counter that conservatives care more about money than the regulations that are put into place to try to make things better. Of course, with this being so much about money, businesses, corporate special interests, and Republican megadonors have thrown billions of dollars at fighting regulations and limiting the scope of authority given to federal agencies. And the folks behind this effort include some of the biggest names in the game, like the Koch brothers, who just themselves have spent millions and millions of dollars creating a whole network of nonprofits to achieve conservative legal goals, including taking taking down Chevron. And so now that Trump's given the Supreme Court a conservative supermajority stacked with a sympathetic appointee, we finally have the perfect opportunity. And that's exactly what's going on with Loper Bright and Relentless, where the fishermen in both of these cases are being represented by conservative groups that have received millions of dollars from the Koch network. And beyond that, the growing anti-regulation push has coincided with the conservative effort to concentrate power away from the federal government and towards the now conservative Supreme Court. And that's something that we've even seen the conservatives on the Supreme Court doing themselves. Right around the time Biden took office, those justices began to embrace a vague theory called the major questions doctrine. And basically, that doctrine says that Congress needs to explicitly authorize agencies to make certain regulations that would have a major economic or political impact. Otherwise, the Supreme Court has the power to strike down the rule. Or in other words, the conservatives have basically given themselves the power to veto any policy they disagree with as long as they deem the impact major enough. And they have actually done exactly that with a handful of Biden administration policies, that including the eviction moratorium, the vaccine mandate, and of course, student loan forgiveness. But overturning Chevron would go way further towards that goal. It would represent an unprecedented power grab that not only gives undue authority to Supreme Court justices, but all 850 federal judges as well. And I cannot understate how possibly catastrophic all this could be. But at the very top level, unelected judges with no policy expertise would be given the final say on incredibly important and complex policy issues. Meanwhile, career experts who have made these decisions for the last 40 years could just be ignored altogether. And as a result, the judges could just strike down a regulation in favor of their own partisan policy agenda, and there'd be no accountability. I'm not talking about just future regulation. If the Supreme Court undoes Chevron, it is unclear what would actually happen to the hundreds of existing statutes and thousands of existing regulations that were affirmed by the doctrine. So all of those could be in jeopardy, and absolute chaos could ensue. If any regulation can be challenged, it likely would, and we'd see a flood of litigation that would completely overwhelm the federal court system, including the Supreme Court. But also understand, it's not just the court systems that would be thrown into disarray. This would also have massive and potentially devastating consequences for the American people. Government regulations are meant to help society, to help us. Well, undoubtedly, there are examples of just ridiculous red tape where there does not need to be. There is also a lot of good. When those are just up in the air because of litigation or they're overturned altogether, we risk losing tons of essential protections. And this is the government will be much more limited in its ability to set new ones because courts could just strike those down too. I mean, there's no shortage of facets of American life this could touch. For example, millions of Americans could be prevented from accessing affordable health care because the Department of Health and Human Services regulates the administration of Medicare, Medicaid, and CHIP, which altogether provide insurance for 155 million people. Some of the key rules for that program, they were set under the Chevron precedent. And if those are litigated, the whole healthcare industry would get disrupted. Similarly, dozens of environmental regulations on air, water, and chemical pollution would be threatened, and the EPA's ability to impose new rules would be undercut at a time when we need to ramp up efforts to fight climate change. And this is the EPA also protects Americans' health by regulating a ton of industries like agriculture, transportation, construction, oil, and more. But if those rules were struck down and the EPA weakened, citizens would be at the mercy of big corporations. Hell, labor regulations covering basic protections for unionization and collective bargaining would also be in danger, as would labor standards that impact 150 million workers and ensure that employers are complying with rules on things like minimum wage, overtime, and employing minors. Key civil rights statutes would also be jeopardized, including regulations that prohibit housing discrimination based on race, sex, disability, and other identity-based factors. Also, safe housing rights for survivors of domestic violence. The main thing is, obviously, there's no shortage of what this could touch. And understand, this is not like a soft hypothetical. In mid-January, the justices heard oral arguments on Loper Bright and Relentless. And as you might expect, we saw the court's 3 liberal justices indicate support for keeping Chevron, but you had at least 4 of the conservative justices making it pretty damn clear that they're open to overturning or at least limiting the landmark decision, with only the 2 potential holdouts being Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Amy Coney Barrett. And only one of those 2, going with the rest of the conservatives, would be necessary to overturn decades of precedent, something that directly and seriously impacts millions of Americans in day-to-day life. But for now, we'll have to wait to see what happens because a decision isn't expected until June. So without a doubt, we'll be talking about it again then, but in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts on this. But that is where I'm going to end today's show for you. As always, thanks for being a part of these daily dives into the news, and remember, my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here on Monday.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time.
Damn it. I fucked up there.
You in my pocket spot. Yeah, this babe, use you every day. You like my oxygen.
But I've seen a lot of discussion about difficulty in gaming. Perhaps too much for one lifetime? Are games too hard? Are they too easy? Should games have more difficulty options? Less? None at all? There's a million different videos online that all give their own perspective on the situation, and none of them seem to offer
Thank you, Lextorius, for the excellent content for my stream. I've liked and sub to your channel.
any perfect solutions. You see, difficulty is an incredibly hard thing to get right when creating game, because you quickly face two massive issues. The first being that everyone who plays a game will have a different skill level going in. The second being that everyone enjoys things differently. So when it comes to games, everyone has a preference for the amount of challenge a game gives them, ranging from wanting no challenge at all to some challenge as long as it's fair, all the way to beating 2 copies of Elden Ring with a controller and a dance pad at the same time. How the f- Now, many games have tried their best to accommodate these varying skill levels and perspectives. Multiple difficulty options have existed in games since before I was born, but due to the incredible amount of discourse still surrounding this subject, nothing seems to have perfected it. There's no game that's just gotten absolutely everything right for everyone, and many people would tell you that trying to make the perfect difficulty system is impossible. But what if I told you they were all wrong? What if I, a YouTuber with just under 100,000 subscribers, was smarter than every game designer on the planet? What if I perfected video game difficulty in this very video? So before we get into talking about difficulty options, I think we should first talk a bit about why difficulty matters. Why do some people care so much about facing challenges when playing a game? Why do others not care at all? Now, the latter point I've actually covered quite in depth in my video on comfort games. Highly recommend you watch that. In that video, I basically talk about the importance of games in relieving stress and feeling relaxed. After all, these are products of entertainment. They do exist to at least partially take our mind off the real world. And sometimes, after a long day, the last thing you want to do is think. So, you pick up a game like Stardew Valley, and you don't have to. The game lets you play forever without missing anything crucial, has no game over screens or permanent failure states, it puts up basically no challenge whatsoever, but instead gives you opportunities to make your own. You want to make $1 million doing nothing but selling fish? You want to marry every single person in the game? You want to achieve 100% completion within the first year. Every bit of difficulty is self-imposed, which means playing the game can be as passive or active as you want it to be. Even outside of Stardew Valley, it's not hard to extrapolate that stress-free desire to understand why so many people enjoy easy games and easy modes. Whether it's to play at your own pace, or because you want to feel like a god amongst men, or maybe just because you want to experience the story and not have to deal with the gameplay, you should be able to find something that caters to your interests. The satisfaction of overcoming a challenge isn't the only way that people have fun with games. However, it is a major one. And speaking of that challenge, you have this niche little series, don't know if you've heard of it, it's very underground and nobody really makes videos about it on YouTube. It's called Dark Souls. The Souls games are notoriously difficult, but that is also crucial to the experience of playing them. As Hidetaka Miyazaki, the president of From Software, once said, "I feel like our approach to these games is to design them to encourage the player to overcome adversity. We don't want players to feel like the game is unfairly punishing, but rather that there's a chance to win a difficult encounter and make progress. We try to design the games to make the cycle of repeatedly trying to overcome these challenges enjoyable in itself." And that's a very important piece of the puzzle here. The best way I can describe most Souls-likes is, have you ever seen that trope in anime or other fiction where the mentor to the protagonist just bullies them to make them stronger? They train them by just fighting non-stop until the hero can finally win. They may even put on the appearance of an outright antagonist and the hero might genuinely hate them, but it's all for the purpose of improvement. They just want to motivate the hero to make them better. Souls-like games are essentially doing that. They want you to beat them and to overcome them in the end, but they want to put up as much of a fight as possible before you get there, so you feel a genuine sense of accomplishment. You've genuinely gotten better than the game and beaten it fairly on its own terms. This is why nearly every Souls-like game starts off with a boss that you're meant to lose against. Whether it's Asylum Demon or Genichiro or that goddamn werewolf, the game opens with an encounter designed to kill you, to show you how hard it can be. Then the setting and the music and the enemy designs all try to paint this picture of an oppressive world that you stand no chance against. I mean, the tagline of Dark Souls was "prepare to die." It is so obviously trying to taunt you into getting invested in beating it, and then it gives you all the tools to do so. But it never lets up the appearance that it's out to get you, because it knows that that's the best motivation for you to keep going. Seeing a dozen "you died" messages is what makes that eventual victory achieved message so much sweeter. And at some point, as Miyazaki points out, you start to just enjoy the process of facing these challenges. Heck, almost all of these games even let you come back and fight that tutorial boss again, so this time you can be the one kicking its ass. This, to me, is essential to the design of difficult games. It's why people like them. They want to face an overwhelming challenge and slowly break it down as they improve their skills. With the more overwhelming the challenge, the more satisfaction you feel in beating it. Taken to the extreme, this is why people get addicted to fighting or rhythm games at the highest level. This is why speedrunners exist. Some people naturally seek out higher and higher skill ceilings so they can work their way up towards them. So in designing the perfect system,
You mean
I looked
play
at these
one
two
game
different
way
perspectives
too
on
much.
challenge as a
That's all.
spectrum.
That's all
Where
it
on one
is.
end, you have
Play
something
one
that
game
won't stress you out or
way
give
too
you any
much.
problems at all, and on the other, you have overwhelming pressure and difficulty you need to overcome. And everyone is going to fall somewhere along that spectrum of enjoyment based on what seems more fun to them. Now, all we need to do to make the perfect difficulty system is accommodate absolutely everyone on that spectrum. That should be easy. How long is this video? Well, we can accommodate different levels of challenge. Like I mentioned earlier, we've actually been doing it for a long time, since the Atari 2600 at the very least. The console itself actually had physical switches on it that would control the difficulty of the game you were playing. In most games, like Asteroids or Qbert, easier difficulty would just remove certain enemies or obstacles. In multiplayer games like basketball, it would make one player faster than the other, which is hilarious, though in something like Adventure, it could change up the enemy AI and make them react to the player differently. However, there was one major design flaw. That being that the switches in the 2600 had an A and a B position, and for some godforsaken reason, they made B the easy mode. They say it's because B stands for beginner and A stands for advanced, but I just don't like that. Am I crazy? A should be easy, B should be hard. Atari, listen, I know you stopped producing the 2600 7 years before I was born, but like, come on. Anyway, since the days of early arcade machines and home consoles, difficulty options have become a staple in gaming and have evolved massively, most notably becoming menu options in games instead of physical switches, which is kinda lame. Easy, medium, hard. That's the usual formula that most games follow. Choose the amount of challenge you want, ranging from basically none to as much as possible, and the game should accommodate you, no problem. Though, while on paper it can sound very good, and like it fixes our issues, it also introduces some new ones. First, just consider the way that games are developed. When making enemies and dungeons and bosses, they will only ever start off with one difficulty setting, and the other ones are added on afterwards. Usually, this default difficulty is normal, though sometimes with Alien Isolation, it's actually the hard mode. But in any case, this one starting difficulty ends up being the optimally balanced experience, and some games will even tell you this when you're browsing the menu. So with additional difficulty options coming later in development, it is incredibly tempting to not put as much work into them as the original intended mode. After all, playtesting is time consuming as it is, and even with just easy, normal, hard, you'd have to rebalance the whole game 3 times over, which results in a lot of games not doing that. In fact, the most common way that additional modes are implemented is just static number changes. Enemies do half as much damage on easy or have twice as much health on hard. Again, theoretically this works, but in reality it usually ends up with some very mediocre results. If you only change static numbers, an enemy on hard will be defeated the exact same way they would be on easy. It just takes more time because they have more health. What would have been a bit of damage on normal is now an instant kill on legendary, meaning lots of games, especially ones with RPG mechanics like the new Assassin's Creeds, will often have these incredibly tedious boss fights on harder difficulties, where you are just running away from the enemy so you don't die immediately and plinking away at their gigantic health bar for minutes on end. And that's if the game's bosses and enemies don't just break outright from the changes in health and damage. There are so many games where the hard mode just isn't that much more difficult than normal until halfway through, when one boss or section just steamrolls you. From what I've heard, the Gears of War series on insane difficulty is famous for this. Most levels were obviously challenging, but some of the fights were just in another league entirely. Instant unavoidable deaths, or your companions just standing around getting shot while all you can do is watch. It's like you were playing college basketball and every once in a while they just subbed in LeBron James on the enemy team. More challenging, sure, but in a way that makes you want to quit playing. On the flip side, some games have the opposite problem, like in Cyberpunk 2077, where pretty much no matter what you do, the final boss will be a complete joke if you've played even somewhat competently up until that point. I mean, seriously, I played the whole game on very hard, completely fucked up my build halfway through by investing deep into hacking and then abandoned that to focus on melee, and still managed to kill Adam Smasher.
There it is.
I'm not joking.
And there it is, right? And it's like, it's not a hard game. It's not a good game. The combat's not too amazing. It's cool to watch. I gotta say, Cyberpunk combat looks cool to see, but I don't think it's fun or good. And I've tried and tried and tried. And I felt the same way about The Witcher 3. Felt the same exact way.
A single hit. I've heard that they're overhauling the fight for the release of the new DLC, but it seems like they didn't even playtest him on any difficulty, let alone hard. Though, all those problems I just mentioned arise from getting lazy, which not every game does. I do have to give credit where it's due. Some games do switch up the different modes in order to make things more interesting. In Kingdom Hearts 2 or Ghost of Tsushima, for example, the highest difficulty mode actually has all the enemies deal more damage, but increases your damage as well, meaning the game is much more punishing, but also rewards you much more for higher level play. Ghost of Tsushima in particular is amazing for this, because in a game about a lone samurai fighting hordes of enemies, you do feel that in the game's lethal mode. You're always one wrong move away from death, but if you're good enough, you can just cut through everyone like butter. Then, in my opinion, one of the most interesting series when it comes to difficulty options is Devil May Cry. In just DMC5 alone, there are 7 different modes. You've got your easy, normal, hard, which I'll just play with damage and enemy aggression, but beating any of those unlocks Dante Must Die, a mode where all the enemies and bosses have the ability to basically go Super Saiyan. Beat that, and you unlock Heaven and Hell mode, where you and every enemy in the game, including the bosses, die in one hit. After that, you unlock Hell and Hell mode, where you still die in one hit, but the enemies have their hard mode health bars, and then the special edition added Legendary Dark Knight mode, which just throws like twice the amount of enemies at you. That is a lot. That is an overwhelming number of options. But the game is designed around them. Devil May Cry's campaigns are only about 10 hours long. You can beat them in 1 or 2 sittings if you really get good enough. So the game uses its difficulty modes as replay value. Beat the game once at a manageable difficulty, go up a level and perfect that, rinse and repeat, until eventually you're good enough at the game to finish it without getting hit. The fun of the experience is that repetitive skill increase, so the difficulty options don't just exist to cater to more players, they are part of the progression of the game, and fit right in with the active scoring system that's already there. But before we can even get to the fun extra options when designing the perfect difficulty system, we still have to fix all the issues with difficulty options as a whole. Like, you know, the fact that in every game ever created, you pick the difficulty option before you start playing the game. Have you ever thought about how weird that is? You don't even know what the gameplay is, and you're forced to pick how hard you want it to be. Do you know how many people picked the Give Me God of War option in God of War 2018 and then got demolished by a mini-boss 2 hours in just to find out they had to restart the entire game to lower the difficulty? That fucking sucks. Admittedly, most games do let you just flip between all the different options on the fly. Even God of War does this for everything but its hardest mode. But that introduces another problem. That being that many games, most notably big RPGs like the ones from Bethesda, have the player essentially use the different modes like the gear shift on a car. You're dying in one hit on hard mode, slap it down to easy to beat this boss. The next couple enemies barely scratch you, I forgot to crank it up to normal to have some challenge again. The game designer has essentially just offloaded the entire responsibility of balancing the game to the player, which isn't a great solution unless that player happens to enjoy opening the menu every encounter to tweak the amount of challenge. Also, what if easy is too easy, but normal is too hard for me? What if I enjoy the puzzles on hard, but not the combat? If you only offer these binary choices, you're always going to have people that fall between the cracks. Some games try to rectify this by just adding more. Shadow of the Tomb Raider even splits up every component of gameplay into its own category, with overall difficulty, combat difficulty, puzzle difficulty, and exploration difficulty, each having toggles from easy to very hard. This is good in some ways. One of the options can specifically turn off the white paint on every climbable surface, which is something that annoys a lot of people. Except, oops, now I have to solve a combination lock in the menu every 15 minutes to try and find the optimal level of balance. No, if we truly want to design the perfect difficulty system, the different modes have to solve all these problems. They have to actually put effort into every single option so they all present unique challenges and fair balance. But there also has to be enough options that we can still match people's varying levels of skill, but not too many options so that people are constantly opening the menu trying to tweak things. Really, I think we should look into something that can simplify them. Resident Evil 4, both the original and I believe the remake, though Capcom is very tight-lipped about it, features something people have dubbed dynamic difficulty. The game still has a difficulty select screen with a pretty standard selection, but even after you pick one of those options, the game works to modify the challenge as you play. The basic way that it works is that your performance in the game is constantly monitored and measured, using metrics like how much damage you've taken, how many enemies you've killed, and how many resources you've used. And based on how good you're doing, the game will respond by changing the enemy AI, the amount of enemies or their spawn locations, and how much ammo and healing items they drop. So even if you've picked standard difficulty, if you start playing really well and get past enemies without wasting bullets, the game will respond by making them more aggressive and giving you less ammo. Likewise, if you're on hard but keep getting brought down to low health and can't seem to avoid hits, the game will drop more healing items for you and spawn less dangerous enemies. There's definitely more going on there, but that's the basics of it. And Resident Evil 4 isn't the only game to explicitly have an entire system built around this. The Left 4 Dead series actually does something very similar. It uses a so-called AI director to dynamically change the difficulty of the game for all 4 players throughout the course of a level, mostly by changing what zombies, weapons, and items spawn where. I don't know what it is about zombie games that makes devs want to go ham with the AI, but between these 2 games we have a pretty good idea for how it works. Though I'm pretty sure there's actually a ton of other games that sneakily add something like this to their gameplay. Even just one interesting example I'm sure not a lot of people think about being multiplayer games. I mean, think about it. If a game has a ranked mode or skill-based matchmaking of any kind, it is essentially a dynamic difficulty slider. The better you do at the game, the higher your rank gets, and the more challenging it'll be because you're pitted against other high-level players. Do bad enough and the game drops you down to a manageable rank with manageable players that should offer an easier experience. We don't often think of multiplayer games this way, but from the developer side, it's their best way of managing challenge, in a game where you can't change health or damage numbers or tweak AI. Which also means it's now susceptible to things like inting or smurfing, but that's a topic for a different video. Basically, when used properly, dynamic difficulty is genius, and I really think implementing it is a must if we're going to make the perfect system. It completely solves the major problems of static options in that it makes each of them cover a range of challenge instead of a single narrow band. Theoretically, with enough work put into it, you wouldn't even have to have difficulty options at all. Instead of easy, medium, hard, you could just flip between them on the fly, depending on how the player is doing. That gear shifter of balance would now be working on its own, which would make sure nobody gets stuck with a level of challenge they aren't having fun with. And all of that would massively increase the replay value and shake up a lot of the normal gameplay because you'd get a different experience with the game pretty much every time. The main downsides of dynamic systems really only comes down to how well they fit into the type of game you're making. Like, you can't really implement something like Devil May Cry's challenge modes because a one-hit kill difficulty isn't just something you can dynamically switch between. And once you do activate it, adding more health drops or gauging how well you do based on damage isn't possible anymore. So while it's not directly related to the rest, there is another implementation of a sort of dynamically adjusting challenge level that I want to talk about. That being the entire genre of roguelikes. Or rather, roguelites. They are 2 different terms, I do know that. I just purposefully don't care about the difference because genre names are stupid. Listen, no game has been like Rogue since the year 2000. Here's what Rogue looks like. Technically, every game that doesn't use ASCII graphics or a turn-based combat system isn't like Rogue. I know some people get mad about this on the internet, but just like, come up with a better name. We haven't called first-person shooters Doom clones since 1999. Anyway, nerd rant aside, roguelikes are a fantastically refreshing take on difficulty, because the genre revolves around randomly generated dungeons, enemies, and loot, with permadeath having you start over from the beginning if you fail. Naturally, this leads to a high degree of challenge and an inherent problem with how you balance things. But many modern installments in the genre have figured it out. Namely, that every run you do into a dungeon can net you some permanent buffs, item unlocks, or skill upgrades. So even if you keep dying over and over again in a game like Dead Cells, you should still be able to gather enough currency to increase the size of your health flask or the quality of the items you'll find, which carries over into the next run. The game is still focused on that permadeath randomization as its core mechanic, but it extends a hand to the player over the course of repeated failures, making sure you at least get a little further each time. Dead Cells then has additional challenges it gives you to move that difficulty in the opposite direction. Harder, optional routes through areas are always available, and there's time doors you can try to speedrun to if the level on its own isn't hard enough. you really have more than enough choice on how you want to tweak the game to find that perfect balance, notably without ever having to touch an options menu. This, to me, is sort of the other alternative to dynamic difficulty, where instead of taking the control completely out of the player's hands, you've now given them all the options to balance things just through the game's own mechanics. If you're specifically struggling with healing a lot, you can upgrade your healing items. If you get stuck on one particular level, you can usually find other ways around it. You don't have to do any of this, but it's all there within the game if you need it. However, we're pretty much there when it comes to making the perfect system. Dynamic difficulty really allows a game to accommodate everyone and feel fresh, on top of whatever balancing and static options we want to add. So why does it feel like I'm forgetting something? Hey, remember those 2 issues I brought up in the beginning of the video? Well, up until this point, we've really only focused on one of them. The idea that people enjoy different amounts of challenge. What we haven't focused on as much, and what many people forget to focus on, is the other issue. Everyone who goes into a game will have a different initial skill level. Everyone who plays a game will need to put a different amount of effort in to increase that skill level. Some people might have the physical and mental ability to become good at a game within a few hours, but others won't. Some may not even be able to reach the required skill level the game demands of them at all because of a disability. And it's vital that if we're going to create the perfect system, that we cater to everyone. Now, important note, accessibility and difficulty are not the same thing. They aren't even directly related in a lot of cases. There are many very easy games that are still super inaccessible and vice versa. For example, if you want to play Animal Crossing but you have some form of visual impairment, get fucked, I guess, because there's literally 0 options to help you out. If you can't read the text the characters are saying, the only audio cues you have are these incomprehensible sounds. Whereas during the research of this video, I saw someone who is completely blind do a Let's Play of The Last of Us Part 1 because that game adds so many options and audio cues that allow it to be playable. That blew my goddamn mind. Though, while they're not the same thing, accessibility and difficulty do overlap. Many people have both physical and cognitive limitations that will make games more challenging for them in specific and often overlooked ways, and accommodating them can often affect the difficulty of the game. Some of these accommodations are in the form of particular features, things like disabling button mash prompts or changing certain abilities from holds to toggles. Even aim assist is a great help to those with motor control issues. However, sometimes the best feature that you can give someone in order to accommodate them is a form of easy mode. If you haven't seen it, there's this fantastic video with less views than it deserves by a YouTuber named Frogwater. In it, he talks about accessibility and difficulty in games through the lens of someone with a relative who is not able to play many of them due to a lack of options. Even the easiest mode for some games is still too demanding. However, a game like Dusk is one of the first shooters that seemed feasible to play because it had an accessible mode built into the game. A significantly less demanding mode specifically added because the game's developer, David Szymanski, has a cousin with MS who they wanted to be able to beat it. And while I brought it up as an example of harder difficulty modes, Ghost of Tsushima also has a lower intensity option you can choose in its accessibility menu, which forces the game into easy and adds a bunch of features that make it less demanding to play. Some of the unblockable attacks are now blockable, enemies detect you much slower in stealth, all your timing windows on parries are relaxed to let you hit them easier. And not only will enemies stop their combos if they manage to hit you, but they'll also avoid attacking you altogether if you go to heal. That's genius. It makes the game so much more approachable to play and surely less frustrating if you're having trouble. Even roguelikes have somewhat figured out the accessibility issue while keeping their core idea in mind. Hades famously had an option called God Mode that, once activated, instantly gives you 20% damage resistance. This on its own makes the game easier for most, but on top of that, every time you die, your damage resistance increases by 2% up to a maximum of 80, meaning that the game can still present a substantial challenge to you, but you're guaranteed to make progress as your skills and the buff keep increasing. The buff just standing in as an additional push forward while fitting right into the roguelike design philosophy. So there isn't any one-size-fits-all, this game is now accessible to everyone option that you can really implement here. But I think if we're going to perfect video game difficulty, it's a must to add in an accessibility option, at the very least. Some form of less intensive mode that can ideally be beaten by anyone. But just like any other option, we can't get lazy here. Just flat stat changes are one thing, but to make a truly perfect accessible mode, you really have to consider the kind of game you're making and the changes that will best accommodate a struggling player. God mode and low intensity mode are infinitely better implementations than if those games had just halved the enemy's health bar and called it a day. Also, final note, both Hades and Ghost of Tsushima don't lock you out of certain paths or achievements for picking the accessibility options. You can 100% both games either way. They do not treat these options as anything other than accommodations. And they certainly don't do the stupid fucking Wolfenstein thing where they call you a little piss baby for playing on easy. Like, come on man, I get what you're going for, but please understand that some people play on these modes because they have to, and calling them little bitch crybabies or whatever is not helping anyone. Anyways, on top of some form of accessible mode, the perfect system should also ideally include as many individual customization options as possible. The Last of Us Part 1 is a great template to follow here. Button holds, aim assist, toggles for abilities, or options like infinite underwater breath, so those sections aren't as punishing. I shit-talked Shadow of the Tomb Raider's gigantic list of difficulty settings, but in the context of accessibility, that's probably a lifesaver. So I'm not going to claim to be an expert here, or even someone who's adequately informed. I can't list every possible option or feature that someone might need, but it is important that people are advocating for more options in general, which is why I'm going to finish off this segment by shouting out another creator. This one by the name of Laura K. Buds. They run a fantastic series called Accessibility, where they review the accessibility features of many games and talk about more necessary requirements in the industry. Even if I can't cover every possible angle of this issue, I trust that advocates like Laura can. And so, I think it's important that we listen to them. And I mean, honestly, I'm feeling pretty good about our perfect difficulty system. We've got all the puzzle pieces, now we just gotta fit them together. Implement some static modes that are all fair and balanced and interesting, make them all dynamic and responsive, and add in a bunch of in-game options to tweak them even further. Plus a bunch of accessibility features and modes that can make the game beatable for everyone. I don't really see any possible way that we could fail at this point. Okay, so, small problem. How do we implement all of these systems and dynamics and accessibility features we've talked about all in the same game without them, To give an example of what I'm talking about here, I see there's a lot of argument online about, say, an easy mode in Elden Ring. We are supposed to be accommodating the entire spectrum here. One rather large portion of that spectrum is people who enjoy difficult Souls-like games, which, as I went in depth on earlier, don't accommodate you at all. Another large portion of that spectrum is people who want Souls-like games to be more accommodating, which, Now, yes, there are ways of making the games easier. Summoning, magic, over-leveling, broken builds. There's lots of ways to completely cheese FromSoft titles that are 100% intended by the devs. I mean, the entire point of Solaire's character in Dark Souls 1 was basically the game designer screaming at you to use co-op. In Elden Ring, there was a famous online summon who would literally just solo the boss for you. But all of that only goes so far. It all lowers the skill floor, but even at its lowest, that floor is too high for quite a lot of people. Really, the only way to make sure the game is beatable by absolutely everyone would be a form of easy mode. Some lower intensity option like Ghost of Tsushima has. How do I know this? Because there's a mod for Elden Ring on the Nexus forums called Easy Mode, which has 250,000 downloads. Now, my thoughts on this are pretty controversial to some, but they're also the thoughts of many hardcore Souls fans. So to share them with you in a way that's easy to understand, I'm gonna use an analogy. Imagine you're trapped in a room with a bomb. You're stuck in there, no way out. There's an explosive device in the middle of the room. 5 minutes left on the timer, you're about to die. There's nothing you can do to run away or survive the explosion. Your only option is to try and defuse that bomb. That's what playing a Souls-like game feels like. That's the feeling people are chasing when they play difficult games. You're stressed out, you're panicking, you don't know what to do, but you only have one way forward. So, you start examining the explosive and figuring it out. You learn which wires connect to which, and eventually you cut the right one, and you survive. The feeling of defusing a bomb in that situation would be the most euphoric, adrenaline-filled release you've ever felt. And you look at anyone beating a Souls boss that was giving them trouble, and you see that same sort of feeling. People freak the fuck out when they beat these games because of that overwhelming pressure we talked about earlier, all being released. They successfully defuse the bomb. An easy mode, or any option that obviously lowers the difficulty of the game so that anyone could beat it, would be akin to putting a bomb-proof suit in that room with you. a way to survive the explosion even if you fail to defuse it on your own. And my argument with all this is that putting on that bomb-proof suit would drastically lower the amount of adrenaline and relief you'd feel by defusing. In fact, just the knowledge that the suit is in the room with you would make defusing the bomb less satisfying, even if you never put it on, because you know it's always an option. You're no longer forced to beat the system on its own terms. So that's why an easy mode would fundamentally water down the experience of playing Souls-like for some people, even if it was an optional thing or strictly an accessibility feature. Yet, you might be thinking to yourself, you know what's worse than defusing a bomb with a bomb-proof suit on? Dying in an explosion to a bomb you couldn't defuse. I mean, obviously, I just spent the whole section talking about accessibility. Some people would rather even take a watered-down experience over not being able to play at all. Case in point, the 250,000 people who installed third-party software, which is obviously not the intended experience of the game, just to make it accessible to them. So this entire argument and analogy and example really leaves us with two opposite opinions that we have to contend with. Easy mode would ruin the game. Easy mode is necessary for those who need it. Both are completely valid in their own way and have their own supporters, but they completely contradict on a fundamental level. You cannot fully agree with one without rejecting the other. This, to me, is the dilemma of perfect difficulty. And I genuinely don't know how to solve it. I don't think that you can, because you can take any game I've talked about and run into this dilemma. How would you make any of them perfectly difficult? Could you implement accessibility options in Ghost of Tsushima without conflicting with a hardcore challenge? How do you stop someone playing Resident Evil 4 from feeling cheated when they learn the game has been helping them along? How would you even add a ton of challenge to overcome in a game like Stardew Valley? Like, what would you add? Taxes? Permadeath? Make everyone in the town no longer vaguely pansexual? I don't know. I think despite my efforts in this video, despite these different options and implementations I've looked at, I've run into an unavoidable brick wall. So I'll just say it. You can't perfect video game difficulty. You can't make a game that gets absolutely everything right for everyone. Now, I understand if you want to click off now, because I did lie to you at the beginning of the video. I apologize. I've made a severe and continuous lapse in judgment. But unfortunately, I don't have a ukulele, so instead I'll just say this. You don't have to. No reasonable person should expect you to make a game that's perfect for everyone, that is. What you should do is make a game that's perfect for the audience that'll enjoy it. Souls-like games already do this very well. Ghost of Tsushima and Hades and Resident Evil do this very well. But what you should also do is put in as much effort into that difficulty and the accessibility that comes with it as you reasonably can. Don't burn yourself out here, but definitely do not get lazy. Lazy difficulty helps nobody. It leads to long, tedious boss fights, bullshit one-hit kills, and unsatisfying gameplay. Lazy accessibility helps nobody. We're in a day and age where you can beat a prestige AAA third-person shooter with a blindfold on. You'd think Elden Ring could at least add closed captioning in a colorblind mode. The whole series' multiplayer system works entirely off of everyone being big solid colors, like, give me a fucking filter or something, come on. We've just spent a rather long time covering tons of different ways you can put a bit more effort into difficulty and challenge in your game. So while I don't expect perfection here, I'd at least appreciate a bit more thought put into newer releases. How many games could be improved by an unlockable one-hit kill mode, or a lower intensity option? How many could be improved by adding some sort of dynamic Left 4 Dead AI, or even just some basic accessibility features? We've seen that it can be done well, across both the AAA and the indie space. So honestly, I just want to hold the gaming industry to a higher standard. Just because perfection is impossible doesn't mean you shouldn't strive for it. Anyways,
Yeah,
to
it
at
was
least
good.
try to...
Yeah, it was good. Thank you so much. So now I will. This guy was good, and let's watch another one of his.
In 2021, the gaming industry pulled in over $180 billion in revenue. It is currently the most profitable entertainment industry in the world, making more than music and movies combined. And it's also one of the fastest growing, expected to make over $200 billion in the next few years. So exactly how do video games make this much money? Well, if you take a second to think about it, it actually makes a ton of sense. Movie tickets and album sales are a one-time purchase, and even streaming services are only a measly $10 a month for however many of the 100 of them you're subscribed to. Compare this to gaming, and the amount of monetization options for even a single game are through the roof. A full-price AAA title costs about $80 here in Canada, which for you Americans translates to about 15 Big Macs. Then you've got DLC, which can cost more than the game itself. Then there's hundreds of microtransactions for Fortnite skins or a weed sticker to put on your gun in Call of Duty. Then you've got battle passes charging $10 a month and loot boxes. So of course the gaming industry makes this much money. With this many options for monetization, how could they not? So why don't we jump down the rabbit hole of video game monetization, try and break down each of the ways that video games make a profit, how they all started, and why most of them are really, really bad. So the first type of monetization for games, beyond just buying them, is your old school expansion packs. This is a holdover from tabletop RPGs and collectible card games where you would buy additional books or packs of cards that expand the scope of the game. Taken to the realm of video games, these would be physical CDs or game cartridges you could buy that would add in-game content or entire new campaigns to play. These were the very first type of additional content for video games. And expansion packs started to be introduced as early as the 80s, with games like Dungeon Quest or Populous being the first recorded examples. And if you're over 16, you probably saw store shelves lined with expansions for games like The Sims or World of Warcraft at some point. This type of extra monetization is the most classic and what I would consider to be the most fair. You paid for the content of the game, here's some more content for some more money. And a lot of the time, expansion packs are so big that they classify as sequels or entire games unto themselves, so to see a price tag on them seems more than okay. As a fun example of this, the classic Sega game, Sonic & Knuckles, is not actually a game. It is technically an expansion for Sonic the Hedgehog 3, as the two were developed as the same game and split up before release. And the Sonic & Knuckles game cartridge even has a dock that you could put the Sonic 3 game into to connect the games together. It's actually a really cool technique for old Genesis games to combine together. Just Google docking to learn more about it. But the true evolution of expansion packs came in the form of the internet. As expansion packs are physical discs that you buy, we slowly moved from them to downloadable content or DLC. And DLC expansions have continued on like this to this very day, with some of them being really, really great. DLC for The Witcher 3 or Monster Hunter World are bigger than the base game, and some expansions, like the Citadel DLC for Mass Effect 3, are considered some of the best content in gaming. Again, it's just
Mass
more
Effect
game
3?
for more money.
No.
It's a very commonly accepted practice nowadays. What's crazy though is that paid expansions have not only become common enough to be accepted, but expected. And this leads to one of the first problems, where this expectation for DLC has set a precedent for the games industry. One where they'll plan out expansions for a game before it's even released. And so we don't know if that expansion was originally intended to be part of the game. A hot button issue in the 2010s that arose from this was the worry that games were going to release incomplete, cutting out parts of the initial release and selling them back to you as DLC. Especially because at the time there was controversy around on-disc DLC, where a game would come out with the expansions already on the physical disc or in the initial download and would still ask you to pay to unlock it. The DLC was already finished, it was part of the game, so to put up a paywall is essentially just asking you to pay money to unlock something you already bought. Though I haven't seen too much of that controversy still around today, we do have what might be more damning evidence in the form of DLC bundles, where most games now will come out on release with a premium version, usually called the Deluxe Edition or Ultimate Edition or some other dumb name. And these premium versions of the game essentially just promise to have all of the DLC included, and can go for well over $100. Meaning the full game that you're buying isn't even $60 or $80 anymore, it's closer to $120. Just the Call of Duty Black Ops 3 Deluxe Edition, which came out over 7 years ago, still costs $130. And you can tell a lot of effort went into it, because on Steam, they couldn't even format the text properly. The second problem with DLC is that taking away that physical aspect of expansion packs meant that DLC could be split up into smaller and smaller chunks, because they didn't have to burn a whole CD to sell it to you. And it's here where you have the birth of microtransactions, aptly named for the small amount that they charge and oftentimes smaller amount of content they give you. A good example of this, which isn't the first, but rather my favorite, is 1997's Redneck Rampage, which had a DLC called the Cuss Pack that added strong language to the game. And it's my favorite because 1, the price was set at $1 so the developers could confirm you were over 18 by owning a credit card, and 2, the game was already M-rated, so I have no idea what strong language they would even add to it. Or rather, I'm scared to ask that because these two look like they're itching to call someone the N-word. And where this lighthearted use of microtransactions is fine by me, the fact is we can't have nice things. The second that game publishers heard that they could charge money for small amounts of content, we began this race to the bottom for developers charging as much as possible for as little content as they could give. The most infamous example of this is horse armor for Elder Scrolls Oblivion, where on the Xbox 360, Microsoft added microtransactions to Oblivion, with one of the possible options for you to buy being armor for your horse. And to clarify, yes, this was $250 for a cosmetic item in a single-player game that nobody but you will ever see in a series known on PC for its abundant modding scene where stuff like this gets added for free. The internet naturally did what they do best and completely lost their shit, and horse armor was so ridiculed that it became a meme in the video game community to this day, a common term for microtransactions that aren't worth the money. However, well, I'll just let this quote from the big man Todd Howard speak for itself. Horse armor was one of the most popular DLC packs we've done, believe it or not.
Yep, believe
What's
it or
funny
not.
is we went away from horse armor and the rest of the industry has gone towards horse armor. Well, Todd, you were half correct, because the rest of the industry did move towards horse armor because of its financial success. The most common form of in-game transactions now is for cosmetics and skins in games like Fortnite, Overwatch, and Call of Duty. Where Todd got a little bit confused, though, was the we went away from horse armor part, because one of the most egregious examples of microtransactions in recent memory was Bethesda's own Fallout 76. The game had an in-game shop with a bunch of totally not horse armor DLC, like skins for your armor and weapons. And on top of the game being so unfinished I would hesitate to say they even started it, you can start to see where a lot of people might be angry at Mr. Howard. I know I'm mad at him, but it's for an entirely different reason. He actually broke into my house and made me buy Skyrim on PS5 at gunpoint. And I don't even own a PS5. So with the modern advancement of gaming since Oblivion, you also have the modern advancement of DLC, and thus the introduction of live service games. It's a topic complicated enough for its own video, but it basically boils down to the fact that games used to release, then add some DLC, and then move on to the next one. But now games will release with the intention of the developer to stick to the one game and continually add content to it. While this can be great because it means lots of updates to the game that keep things fresh and the online community active, it also means nearly limitless microtransactions for infinitely less work than making a new game. And you can't even just buy the skins and cosmetic packs on their own in these games. No, that would be too simple and not profitable enough. You need to buy a season pass or a battle pass. A season pass is the older method that's kind of been phased out, but it essentially means you would buy a pass for the game that would get you all of the future DLC for whatever arbitrary period of time the publisher decides a season is. This not only introduces what is essentially an opt-in subscription model, but tons of artificial scarcity because once the respective season ends, you can't purchase those cosmetics anymore. And with the segmentation of those seasons, they can also get very, very pricey. Rainbow Six Siege, for example, has had 6 seasons so far, each of them having their own characters and cosmetics to unlock, and each of them also costing $30. Oh, and there are still additional cosmetics outside of that season pass for you to buy, so don't worry about that. You want your gun to be blue? That'll be an extra $4. Fuck you. Though season passes have essentially been replaced in a lot of games with battle passes, which is very similar,
Extra
except every season of the game will
$20.
have its own progression system, where every 5 or so levels that you earn by playing the game will get you a free item or skin. And then if you buy the battle pass, you earn a separate set of levels with their own items and skins that you can unlock until the end of the season. Now you might be saying, but that just sounds like a season pass with more work involved. And yeah, instead of getting all of the skins up front that you bought by buying the pass, you now have to play every day to grind to the max level to earn all of the content you paid for. But don't worry, because you can pay more money for a premium battle pass that automatically gives you free levels in the progression system. And we're still not even into the scummy parts of video game monetization yet. These are the good ones, because again, these are all cosmetic. And you can just play most of these games for free without any disadvantage besides having a 9-year-old call you the F-slur for using a default skin. And of course, I should mention that plenty of live service games and even regular games have plenty of free DLC and updates. Like how The Witcher 3 added a bunch of free DLC that you could just download for free. And Overwatch put out like a dozen free playable characters and a strategy as old-fashioned as their company's treatment of women. So to talk about virtual currency, we have to go back to the history of microtransactions, since in-game currency is by far the most popular kind. And where expansion packs came from tabletop RPGs and card games, this form of monetization actually came from arcades. Arcade machines already monetized by having you put in quarters to get a certain amount of lives in the game, but Double Dragon 3 in 1990 actually added an in-game store where you could buy health, power-ups, items, and even characters with those same quarters. And with arcade machines being replaced by home consoles
Double
and
Dragon
PCs,
3.
this money-making method had to be replaced as well.
I don't remember
See,
that.
sticking a quarter into an arcade machine is pretty easy. You don't have to think about it. But to put your credit card number into an online store to buy an in-game
It's not a bad
item,
way to do
that's
it.
a lot more work.
A quarter to
So
play,
solve this
a quarter for an
problem, in
upgrade, another quarter for a
1997,
really
one
good
Matt
upgrade.
Mahaley invented the first
You know,
virtual currency.
you pay
as well as
75
the
cents
first
and you don't
virtual
die as
economy
much.
For the game Achaea, Dreams of Divine Lands.
You get like 10
Achaea
extra minutes.
actually ran as a free-to-play game where you could download and launch the game without spending a dime, which was an incredibly bold move since most MMOs at the time used a monthly subscription model. Imagine it kind of like Netflix with infinitely less potential for sex. So to make up the lost revenue from subscriptions, Achaea actually had an in-game option where you could sell your items to other players for virtual currency. And while that currency was free and could only be obtained by playing the game, there were some items which required a second premium currency that you could only buy with real money. Also, fun fact, Matt Mahaley wrote a blog post on the intrinsic value of Bitcoin in 2013. Because of fucking course he did. But anyways, the important aspect of Matt's work for this video is that if you've played a game in the last 5 years, you've probably encountered one that uses his business model. Because since 1997, it's been adopted by pretty much all of them. Yeah, when I was talking about buying Fortnite skins earlier, you don't just buy them with real money, you buy them with V-Bucks. Same with Fallout 76, which used Atom points, or League of Legends, which
Disney
uses
bucks.
Riot points, or even Call of Duty, which uses CP. Wait, it's not really called CP, is it? Well, never mind that. These virtual currencies are an incredibly shady tactic, because like quarters in an arcade machine, they obscure just how much real money you're spending. Instead of a skin costing real money, it now costs 900 V-Bucks or 1200 Child Predator tokens. And the micro and microtransaction means that a lot of these currencies are priced in $4 or $5 increments, sometimes even as low as $1 if it's a mobile game. So of course it's tempting to just spend $5 on a fake currency to get a cool skin. But of course, if a skin is worth 900 points, you're always going to be forced to buy them in quantities that add up to 1,000. And so then you have 100 left over, and you've already bought some currency, so some more couldn't hurt, and now you're $100 in credit card debt, and the FBI's knocking on your door because you Google searched where to find CP online for free. And the skins market is, again, one of the tamer ones. They don't change the way the game plays or give you any advantage besides an anime waifu in your gun in Call of Duty, giving you a higher chance of never feeling the touch of a woman. But not all games are like this. Not all of them restrain themselves to just cosmetics. Most AAA titles have some self-control, usually due to the backlash against the games that have gone too far, but some just couldn't help themselves. So pay-to-win games are pretty self-explanatory from their name, though it is important to mention that with the stigma around the name pay-to-win, there have been lots of sneaky rebrands games have had, such as freemium games. Oh, it's a free game, but you can pay if you want a premium experience. Yeah, sure, man. And Subway is health food, right? In any case, all of these slick rebrand genres under the pay-to-win umbrella are all games you can usually play for free, but have heavy microtransactions that affect gameplay in some way. Most of these games will give you an edge over other players the more that you spend, and some games will even make it nearly impossible to win without spending. If you need any examples of this, just go to the App Store on your phone and look at literally any game, because the mobile game market is absolutely saturated with pay-to-win mechanics. I mean, just look at that gaming revenue graph I showed at the beginning of this video, because mobile games account for half of all revenue generated by games. And that is all from microtransactions. Just Pokemon Go, which is a free-to-play game that offers microtransactions, has made over $7 billion. And Pokemon Go's monetization is pretty tame compared to most mobile games. It just offers some consumables for money. Candy Crush, for example, will let you pay for more lives or items to make the level easier. And with the RNG in the game, some levels will be next to impossible to do without these items. Clash of Clans has you building up your little base, and upgrading any of the structures in it will take anywhere from a couple of minutes to several days to complete, unless you spend on crystals that can speed things up. Dungeon Keeper, a mobile remake of a 90s classic, had day-long wait times for building, as well as timers on nearly every action in the game. And the way the game tries to help you overcome these obstacles is by having literal Satan try to sell you microtransactions. I mean, at least they're honest. And so people that are invested in these games and happen to have disposable income can pay hundreds or thousands of dollars to unlock everything quicker, or just play more of the game. And this gives them an insane advantage over non-paying players, even in games where the main focus is online competition. The type of people who spend ridiculous amounts of money are so common that they're referred to as whales, and even acknowledged by game publishers as a major part of their revenue stream. But mobile games like these have long been considered the cesspool of gaming, and a big reason why a lot of people don't even acknowledge mobile games as real games. It's still shitty that they do this, but these games are shitty to begin with. They have no depth, they're free to download, and they're pretty transparently just trying to empty your wallet. Also, a lot of them will just play ads in the middle of the game, which is kind of disgusting. I mean, who would play ads just in the middle of some free content hoping to make a quick buck? So while consumers as a whole have just kind of given up on the mobile game market entirely, where a lot of controversy still is in egregious microtransactions or pay-to-win mechanics coming to already full-priced games. AAA titles that advertise themselves as fair and fun to play, and then just add in shitty mobile game mechanics. Just 2 months ago, Gran Turismo 7 released, and along with getting great reviews from critics for its amazing graphics and innovative ability to let you drive a car, it also got review bombed into oblivion for being blatantly pay to win. You see, the game is a racing game, and one where usually the better your car is, the better you'll do. And most of the cars in the game cost in-game credits to buy, ranging anywhere from 10,000 to 20 million. So to be able to drive the fastest car, you'll need to grind through possibly hundreds of races just to get it. But a player with a fat wallet can just buy credits, 2 million of them costing $20. Meaning to get the best car in the game without playing it like a full-time job, you'll need to pay $200 just to get a digital Porsche. And this is on top of the $70 you already paid to buy the game, which is in American, of course. For any Canadians watching, that translates to about 60 boxes of Kraft Dinner. In Battlefront 2, the whole game's selling point was being a hero shooter, where you take In Battlefront 2, the game's whole selling point was being a hero shooter, where you play as different characters in the Star Wars universe. And yet the series' most iconic characters were all locked behind in-game currency. People ran the numbers and found out that to unlock a single character without paying, you would have to grind for 40 hours just for that one character. And you'd have to do that for every character in the game, for a total of over 4,000 hours. Or you could just buy them all for like $2,000. In response to this, a fan made a post on Reddit asking why they paid $80 in the game and still couldn't play as Darth Vader. And EA actually responded with a well-written and informative comment that said, "The intent is to provide players with a sense of pride and accomplishment for unlocking different heroes." And the Redditors in that thread immediately understood where EA was coming from, and everyone lived happily ever after. Just
Nope.
kidding, the comment received over 600,000
Dislikes.
downvotes, which is still to this day in the Guinness Book of World Records for the most downvoted comment on all of Reddit.
All of all
Did
time.
I mention that EA was
Oh
the same
my
company
God.
that made the game where Satan himself is asking you for money? And there are a bunch of other great examples of full-priced games that have just scammed their customers with pay-to-win mechanics. NBA 2K18, for example, added one of the worst virtual currency systems in gaming, with it costing over $20 to upgrade a single member of your team to a playable level. The newest Ghost Recon game briefly added the ability to straight up buy experience points from the in-game shop
Oh my
before
God.
they sneakily remove
For
them.
Ghost
There
Recon?
are
Who the fuck
tons
cares
more
about Ghost
examples of
Recon
this, and I'm sure
points?
many of you watching
What?
at home can comment ones I didn't even think of. And you might think that this is the worst of it, just blatant pay-to-win mechanics in AAA games that can have you spending thousands. Nope, not even close, because we haven't even covered the worst one of them all. Loot boxes are far and away the worst money-making method in gaming, and might honestly be my least favorite money-making method in general, somewhere in between selling drugs to children and mob protection money. Before recording this video, I did a poll on my channel asking what everyone's least favorite monetization model in gaming was, and loot boxes won by over half. People despise them, and for good reason. Loot boxes are a form of microtransaction where instead of buying in-game items or skins directly, they are instead all randomized and put into boxes that you can buy for in-game currency or real money. These came from loot tables in RPGs, where at the end of a dungeon or level, you would open a treasure chest with some amount of randomly generated items inside. Except now, you can buy as many treasure chests as you want as long as you cough up some dough. With loot boxes,
course.
instead of just buying shitty gold horse armor directly, you'd now have to buy a loot box with a 5% chance of dropping that armor, and the other 95% filled with useless items or stickers. Well, you must be thinking, how is that any different from just gambling with less regulations? And I'm glad you asked.
I wish I could
Games
make
like
the jump
Overwatch
higher.
or Rainbow Six or Call of Duty all use loot boxes as a way to get in-game cosmetic items, and most of them allow you to get
Beautiful
those items
game.
by just playing. You play a couple matches, you get a loot box. The first hit's free, but after that it might cost you. Everyone's favorite Battlefront 2 even utilized loot boxes for a lot of their in-game cosmetics, though they also took the evil route and put upgrade items and gameplay affecting stuff in there too, because of course they did. And even single-player games like Middle-earth Shadow of War just couldn't help but get in on the action. Shadow of War being built
280.
on this premise that there was this nemesis system
280.
where you would build
Goddamn.
rivalries and develop relationships with all of the orc NPCs in the game. And what's this? You can just pay to get orcs with better stats and loot boxes, effectively destroying the progression of the game if you didn't pay enough? Wow, fantastic. I love being scammed. Though the worst offenders by far are games like FIFA. FIFA in particular had an ultimate team mode where you would get random players with varying stats from loot boxes who would be the only players you could use in online matches. This effectively ties your in-game ability directly to how well you can gamble, and of course gives players who spend more money on loot boxes a direct advantage with just better players. This is just straight up pay-to-win mechanics with added gambling, and there are stories of people spending thousands of dollars on FIFA alone. And do you want to guess who publishes the FIFA games? I'll give you a hint,
EA.
their initials stand for Electronic Arts. It's almost like there's a pattern here. And apparently the UK and Netherlands governments saw this pattern too, because they actually stepped in and sued EA for their use of loot boxes in Battlefront 2 and FIFA on the premise of them being illegal gambling. During the lawsuit for Battlefront 2 in particular, EA made the bold claim that loot boxes were not in fact gambling at all, but rather surprise mechanics. And they went on to call them, quote, quite ethical and fun. I don't think I need to explain to you how funny that is, considering it sounds like dialogue from a George Orwell novel. Though while these lawsuits didn't even put a dent in the $1.85 billion that EA makes on their live service games every year, it did lead to some regulations in some countries. Australia and Germany, for example, have added in-game
Oh, my
purchases
trees
to their
grew.
video game rating system.
Cool.
China passed a law that made it mandatory for loot boxes to tell you the items inside, as well as the odds of getting them, and put a daily limit on the amount that you can buy. The Netherlands and Belgium have straight up banned loot boxes on a federal level on the premise that they are indeed illegal. And many places like the US and UK have had debates on whether they should regulate or outright ban games with loot boxes in them. But sadly, in most countries they are still able to be sold and are mostly unregulated, because a politician young enough to know what video games are is even rarer than winning something from a loot box. Loot boxes in the majority of the world have no regulations on telling you the odds of getting an item or even what items are in the loot box. These are in games primarily sold to children and are the biggest cash cow for a lot of these companies. They are despicable. And I haven't even started talking about So you might be thinking to yourself, loot boxes are terrible and predatory, but what if they were somehow worse and let you collect photos of anime girls? Oh, you weren't thinking that? Well, let's talk about gacha anyway. Gacha, short for gachapon, is a term derived from the sound that capsule toy dispensers in Japan make. Capsule toy dispensers being little vending machines that you can put a coin into, crank a wheel, and get some random toy, usually part of a collectible set. And just like expansion packs and microtransactions, this form of monetization moved away from the physical and into the digital with the advent of video games, becoming a form of loot box where players could pull a virtual slot machine to win in-game prizes. And this mechanic was so popular that it invented an entire genre called gacha game, where the game's main mechanic revolved around its gacha system. Sure, the game might have some gameplay involved, but in reality these are just slot machines with games slapped on them to separate themselves legally. And of course, most of them feature anime girls of questionable intent, like a maid who calls you master, or schoolgirls who also just happen to be militia fighters, or this. I can't even show most of that since I want this video to be monetized, but that JPEG alone could cost you over $300 of in-game currency to try and win, with no guarantee that you even will. And the game it's from is considered one of the most generous in the genre. Games like Battlefront 2 wish they could pull off the shit that gacha games do. You've got low drop rates, unknown probabilities, and a list of complex rules that are meant to confuse you. In fact, here is a list of all of the types of gacha that Wikipedia has listed. I'm not even going to try to explain them all because this video is long enough already. And of course, every item you pull in a gacha game directly affects gameplay. Most of them are playable characters with different tiers of quality, and the rest are items that directly affect your gameplay performance. But gacha games are not just pay to win. Literally the only way that you can get any characters or items in these games is by pulling them. You cannot earn them through gameplay, you cannot buy them outright. Even with premium currency, the gambling mechanic is the only way. Again, this is just a slot machine with a game attached. The game attached might be pretty good, like in the case of Genshin Impact, but it just exists to serve the gacha. Most mobile gacha games like Azure Lane even have an autoplay feature which plays the game for you. You literally don't have to think about anything but gambling. And when most characters in Genshin Impact alone, which isn't even the worst offender, have a 0.6% chance of being pulled, it's no wonder people spend thousands of dollars just to unlock a character they want to play. Gacha games are loot boxes cranked up to 1,000. You can spend hundreds of dollars in these games and still be considered a low spender in the community. They are the worst of the worst and completely irredeemable to me. I mean, there's a gacha game focused subreddit I visited while researching this video, and on top of being one of the saddest places I've ever seen on the internet, and that's saying something, one of their top voted posts was this. I think this perfectly sums up my thoughts. Don't do gacha, kids, not even once. And that should be nearly every monetization model in gaming. I hope I've done an adequate job explaining where most of them came from and why most of them have massive problems. Games are already more expensive than ever, costing over $100 if you want a full AAA title with all of its pre-planned expansions. On top of that, most games will have hundreds if not thousands of dollars for various microtransactions for cosmetics. The nicer ones might let you earn all of them in-game, but most of them will have you buying some form of battle pass or virtual currency to unlock them all. And the scummiest of these games will force you into paying to avoid various obstacles and arbitrary time limits, or make you buy premium gear and currency to have a chance at winning. And that's not even talking about the infinite money sink that is loot boxes and gacha, which just add unregulated gambling to games targeted at kids and people vulnerable to gambling addictions, hooking them in and preying on them like vultures. The truth is, the gaming industry makes more money than they know what to do with, and even if you want to support developers in their continuous projects with things like DLC, that might not even happen. Just EA, who if I need remind you published 3 of the worst games I talked about in this video, has shut down 14 studios on the basis of them not being profitable enough. Most fans of Dead Space, myself included, remember Dead Space 3 coming out with randomized loot and crafting items you could buy against Visceral Games' wishes just for the studio to be shut down immediately after. And the same happened to the original developers of Battlefront, with a layoff of over 200 people before EA rebooted the franchise into the monstrosity of pay-to-win mechanics that it is today. So while I'm all for supporting game developers, the big game companies do not use your money for anything other than more opportunities to take money from you. It's really just the small studios that are going to put that money to use, but they're also not the ones adding 50 different ways to empty your wallet. Hollow Knight and Stardew Valley are both less than $20 and they give you the entire game. No loot boxes or microtransactions or anything. So this should go without saying if you've watched the entire video up until this point, but don't buy games from companies like EA. Don't buy $130 deluxe editions or $20 battle passes. Don't spend a dime on terrible loot boxes and gacha. Instead, spend that money on me, Lextorius. Subscribe and join my channel membership for only $1 a month and spend your hard-earned money on loot boxes and gacha need to be regulated on a government level or outright banned. Microtransactions need to be removed from games marketed towards children, pre-planned DLC needs to be cut back, and game prices need to come down from their ridiculous level. A decade ago, we laughed at horse armor just for it to be everywhere today, and now we're laughing at $200 cars and thousands of dollars in microtransactions. What do you think will happen 10 years from now?
Like the same shit. I like this guy.
Open world games.
He's good at
You
this.
gotta love them. They've been taking over the gaming industry these past few years with AAA developers like Ubisoft cranking them out like underpaid workers in a sweatshop. Oh wait. And most recently, of course, Elden Ring has blown up as the world's first open world Souls-like game, officially becoming the Dark Souls of open world games, or the Breath of the Wild of Souls games, or like Skyrim with more feet. Speaking of Skyrim, when I was a teenager, one of the first consoles I ever owned was a PlayStation 3 that my parents got me, and one of the first games I ever got for it was Skyrim. I still remember the drive home from the GameStop where I was just tearing through the manual and reading all of the text on the back of the game case, just waiting to play this game. And one of the first things I did on that car ride home was open up the physical map that the game came with and just stare in awe at the world that this game promised me. And as soon as I got home, I popped that disc in, booted the game up, waited for approximately 5 hours of updates because I had shitty internet, and then I started playing. And Skyrim absolutely delivered on the promise that it made with that physical map. Finishing the tutorial and leaving the first dungeon, the game just dumps you into its open world, and I was blown away by this. You mean I have this whole big-ass map to explore, an entire country to go see, and do whatever I want in? Skyrim truly felt leagues above the typical linear games I had played before that point because it was so much bigger and more open. There weren't just levels to go through, there was an entire country filled with people and places and things to do. Now, about the same time I finished playing Skyrim, I started playing Far Cry 3. After all, the game was fucking marketed as Skyrim with guns, but when I finished Far Cry 3's tutorial and got dumped into the open world, I quickly realized I wasn't feeling the same sense of exploration that I did with Skyrim. I wandered around at first and enjoyed the island the game took place on, but I never felt like it was an actual world. The game was open world and had a similar amount of things to do, but I just never cared about the world or exploring it, and really ever only went from objective marker to objective marker. And don't get me wrong, I loved Far Cry 3. The gameplay moments in it were so much better to me than Skyrim, and the characters and the actual plot was much more interesting, probably because they had more than 5 voice actors in the whole game, but the open world in Far Cry 3 was by far my least favorite part. Though the game did let you burn a weed farm with a flamethrower while dubstep played, so what the fuck do I know? And since playing Far Cry 3 and Skyrim, I have played many, many more open world games, but more of them left me feeling like when I played Far Cry 3 than when I played Skyrim. In fact, playing Elden Ring was really refreshing because of how long it had been since I had had that great open world experience. So why don't all open world games give me that same feeling? Why can I love one and not the other, when theoretically they do the same thing? Why am I tired of open world games? Well, the answer is simple. There are different kinds of open world games, different variations of the same formula or different formulas altogether that all approach open world in a different way. Open world games are kind of like flavors in an ice cream shop, except the ice cream shop is 73 miles wide and you have to climb a radio tower to go to the bathroom. So let's go through some different flavors of open world games, see which ones work and which ones don't, and try and find out why I'm so tired of most of them. Also, before I continue, I would just like to say that if you aren't subscribed already, please do so. My channel has been blowing up recently, and I'm going to try to upload more frequently so I can feed my crippling addiction to buying great t-shirts. Alright, starting off with the biggest open world game company since Sliced Bread Studios, you've got Bethesda. I've already mentioned how much I love Skyrim, though all of their games really do follow that same Skyrim flavor. Going back to my ice cream analogy, Bethesda games are sort of like cookie dough ice cream, where they're rich and full of these big chunks of delicious cookie dough, though some of the cookie dough might have been a little undercooked and could possibly give you salmonella. Fallout New Vegas specifically is probably one of the best examples of Bethesda's strength in making an open world. The world has this strong sense that these are real characters and real locations with real backstories and logic behind them. There are towns and settlements and dynamic characters living in them, and the gameplay elements and quests feel kind of built into this pre-established setting. And even the more gamey elements of this open world, like bandit camps or wandering enemies, have some amount of effort put in to explain their significance, even if they do ultimately just exist for a gameplay purpose. There's always some little story or detail just put into their character to flesh them out in this world.
Have you ever tried to indulge in all-consuming urge to kill when you don't have opposable thumbs?
As the player, you feel like this world exists without you and that you're just a part of it. You might change this world in pretty big ways, but it feels like if you didn't do anything, the world would keep on going. New Vegas specifically sort of cements this with this long-winded opening narration where they explain the significance and detail and backstory behind all these different factions and locations before just calling you some guy and shooting you in the face.
Truth is, the game was rigged from the start.
The game is telling you, you're not important, the world is. The defining element of Bethesda's open world is this focus on everything having its own story, and an explanation as to where everything is and why. And because of this, and the interactive nature of an RPG, you can very easily insert your character, however you decide to play them, into this world. This honestly crazy amount of detail does mean that a lot of the time Bethesda games are
my
very buggy
has
and
applied
broken.
himself to the problem of the Naga in South Shore. Thank you for bringing this to me. I will certainly take it into account when I review personnel assignments in the next month.
Docking request accepted.
I'm just gonna stack that. There's nothing else I need to do here. Iron Forge. Dalinar. Dalinar. So I have other turn-ins I've got to do. Son of a bitch. Well, okay, we'll put this in the bank and we'll go to Moon. No, I'll go to Iron Forge. Well, no, I'll go to Moonglade. Yeah, I'll go to Moonglade.
No one's ever stolen anything out of here. Not in the whole history of the whole history. Welcome to the Bank of Stormwind. We offer financial accounts and safety deposit boxes for valuable items. Do you already have an account with us, ma'am?
I thought these were supposed to stack. I don't know. Whatever.
Be careful.
Alright, oh yeah. How are we doing here? We're healing. It takes time. I'm not going to go reed hunting again.
Where is it you would like to go, lass? For just a few coin,
I
my
guess I'm
griffins can get ye
teleporting,
there
actually.
faster than even the swiftest horse.
Moonglade.
What other developer writes 337 books into their open world dragon slaying game and doesn't even really expect you to read them?
Don't read them! No!
Please, don't read them all.
Don't read them!
You can read the top 5, that's fine.
Don't read them! No!
So let's move on to another flavor of open world that I really like, and that is Rockstars, which I guess you'd describe as a
139
very
million?
fancy chocolate ice cream. It's very...
Wait, this pays way, way more. God damn. Well, okay. And, okay. We'll go and... $272. Oops. Not bad, not bad. So I guess she will, or no, she just sold it all, huh? Okay. 5 hours on my Master at Arms. We will take a load to Amar, so we'll go back.
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, I'm 34 now. I can train, huh? When did I ding? I don't remember. Where's my XP bar? I want to show the XP bar on player. There we are. So I'm 10% in. I guess I got a point. Oh, I did. I leveled and I didn't know. Okay. Well, cool. So now we finally get another point in Furor.
Approaching Stargate.
Yeah, I liked Furor. And I can make it so no matter what I could heal. Ooh, Doing Nature's Focus could be really good, but I mean, it's not damage. That's damage. But we gotta finish Führer. I've got a while to go.
Welcome, my sister. If you're here to train, then I would be delighted to train you. There will be a time soon where the call of the Emerald Dream will take hold in you. You will
Yay!
hibernate for many
Rake.
years and walk amongst the purest of
Rank
forms.
2.
It is there and then that your ultimate training will take place.
Autopilot jumping.
Swipe. That was 8 gold. 7 gold. There goes all my gold. That's alright. I got to train all the way, which is good. Now we go all the way to Thalinar, which is like fucking far. No, there's a thing that that Leatrix does. Show Wowhead links. Yeah, I need that.
Approaching Stargate.
Torches don't ever burn out, which is so cool, actually. Oh, this is out, and plus it's out of charge, yeah. Charge it.
Approaching Stargate.
Ooh, I have 2 quarter containers left. That's good.
Autopilot jumping.
It is 7 in the morning.
Warp drive active.
I suppose I could expand my back wall here. I need a shovel.
Autopilot jumping.
Do I have one? Yes.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
I suppose I'll replace.
Approaching station. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached. Approaching station.
Wow.
Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
It's a beautiful day.
Would you like a flight to Ruttheron Village, courtesy of the Cenarian Circle?
It is May 17th.
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disabled. No waypoint set. Autopilot engaged. Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disabled. No waypoint set. Autopilot engaged. Autopilot engaged. Warping to start. Drive active. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I chopped a tree and a fucking thing appeared.
Approaching Stargate.
To maintain our link to the mainland, we have hippogriffs constantly flying between Rutheran Village and Darkshore.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
To maintain our link to the mainland, we have hippogriffs constantly flying between Rutheran Village and Darkshore.
Autopilot jumping. Approaching Stargate. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Approaching Stargate. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Oh, wow. I'm good on full health and it's starting to be dark. This is my little carrot patch. God, I love this game. What the hell? It's like a tree made of... It's like an oak log. Oh, with spotty moss layer. Yeah, I just broke my tool is all. That sucks. Oh, that's the ambient? Oh, wow. Look, it's a beautiful nighttime in Thousand Needles. Wow, I've never seen weather here before. Looks so good. For, like, WoW standards anyways. This is the best it's ever looked. Like, I could turn it up, but it'll just... Oh, yeah, never mind. Bump, yeah, bump all the way. Yep.
The crone has been laid to rest. This is fantastic news, adventurer. In these times of peril, it is refreshing to see one as brave as yourself. With Razorflank's minions taken care of, our studies in the area can continue. Perhaps now we can gain further knowledge of exactly what happened to corrupt the resting place of Agamagan. However, I fear the answer to that question lies in treachery as well.
I mean, I guess I could do the whole Theramore trip to that, or even to, like, what, like, the Ratchet? No, the Ratchet's too far north. Yeah, but I can't, I mean, I can fly there and then run through the Barrens to there. I suppose that's kind of a reasonable thing. In I've been to Thousand Needles, yeah, and at Hemming Nessingwary. Hemmet Nessingwary. Where is Hemmet Nessingwary? Oh yeah, and I'm also only 3 high perch venom from being done with that quest too. Since I'm here, let's go finish that. The horde presence might be too strong, but it'll only be less now. And only the levelers, and honestly, I wouldn't mind ganking, I don't care. Oh, he gave me another thing. We're 40 silver. I'm learning to just take the silver, or I wouldn't have been able to train. If I keep enchanting... That's quartz, is it? It needs to be moved where it's not so annoying. No, that wasn't quartz, was it? No, lock it. It's oh no, never mind. They didn't keep them there forever. It's alright. I'm gonna fight some of them now. Come on, man, move! I'm gonna die, I'm surrounded. Nothing was on my bar the way it should have been. Fucking dicks. Their ranged is just too much. I will die from all their ranged. It was too many. I'll have to wait for the sun. Yeah, this is a veritable fucking swarm. Okay, there. Well, I almost died, but I learned. When it's in the shadow, it looks sweet. He's a rare or no, he's an elite. I'm 4 levels higher. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think he I don't think he's a rare. I think he's an elite. There's a difference. Okay, good. And then...
Where would you like to fly to?
Good luck, friend.
Oh, it's all foggy. Wow.
I'm working on a dish I call Mudrock Soup and Bugs. I still need the major ingredients and, well, I don't think I'd last long trudging through Dustwallow Marsh. So, adventurer, can you do some hunting for me? First, I need the tongues of mudrock turtles. You can find mudrocks along the coast, mostly around the bay. But I don't want just any tongues. I hear that the tongues of some mudrocks are forked. They say the forked tongues have a distinct flavor, and I want that flavor in my dish.
changed the sound again for some reason. Why? Too loud. For what reason? That makes no sense. Do not show. You're so annoying.
These great beasts know paths that you can't find on foot. They'll get you there fast and maybe show you something new at the same time.
Oh, I got the buff on. Ah, cool. Melee attack speed, huh? Alright, well, that's cool. I'm here to go to the Hall of Explorers. I don't know why everything's all foggy. Everything's all foggy.
What can I do for you? Be good. Ah, encryption, a specialty of mine. Let me see here. I decrypted the letter, but I don't know what to make of it. You found this among thieves in the Alterac foothills. Very strange. You should take this to the Magistrate of South Shore. Although this letter is cryptic, his is the closest town to Alterac. If a threat is brewing, then he should know. Adventurer, I received reports from Prospector Ironband at his excavation site in Loch Modan. He needs some legwork done concerning another of our excavations. I don't have more details than that, but if you want to stretch your legs, then go speak with Ironband.
The future is inevitable. We hurl ourselves towards it like falling raindrops to the great sea. But perhaps, by studying the past, we can know what to expect and be better prepared for the unknown. Before dire troubles fell upon Lordaeron, there was a bastion of knowledge tucked away in the Tirisfal glades. It is rumored that a book called Mythology of the Titans was housed in the library of the old monastery. Bring it to me, and perhaps together we can unlock the secrets of the past.
Oh, I should have had those black currants, damn it. It's weird, I'm having more fun with this than Mortal 2. It's weird. I wish they could just get their systems right like this. It's dumb. They're not too good at making games. Immortal 2 is good, but it's not like it's not as good as this. It's got better combat, but it's far too slow. I wish I could get Mortal 2 offline. Can we get Mortal 2 offline? I would be very happy. Yeah, yep. What was that sound? Oh no, I imposed that on myself, huh? Yeah, I went down too low. There we go. That's much better. He like got on the land and ran from me and got away. Son of a bitch. The weeds are awesome. They actually do prevent you from seeing shit sometimes. It's actually so cool. Never seen as much foliage as this. Oops. Oh, don't eat those. Eat this. Those currants are just gonna rot. We're gonna take all of the reeds that I got and any others that I have. Yeah. That's that same fucking rabbit, I think. The storage is kind of like driving me crazy a little bit. I wish they made it like Minecraft. That was a way better system than this. I'm gonna have a beer. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock. Time to have a beer. I'll be right back. I love this peaceful game. I don't hear any zombies tonight. That's awesome. Why no zombies tonight? These guys just didn't want any, huh? They were bad last night. Came out of nowhere, they did. Fucking beautiful. It's all cloudy, so you can't see the stars and stuff, but it's beautiful. There's like a red star over there. That's the North Star. It is. So that's north, huh? That's, well, I mean, that is north. Yeah, that's north. Yeah, that is the North Star. It's the North Star. That's such a cool touch. I mean, it's not perfectly north, but it's close to it. I think I heard a wolf. I'm scared to go out there. I think it's just death. I don't know. I guess there's just red stars every once in a while. That's cool. There's like overgrowth on my base, which is awesome. I dug it deeper so I could expand. I suppose I could do that. Oh, what's that? That's a... Where? Why? No, why? No, what? Where did my spear go? What? Did I throw it? I must have thrown it by mistake. Oops. Son of a bitch. Can't see him, it's dark. Well, I put down another basket. I could plant this tree. I could make more stuff towards a bow. Looking around for this stuff. Yeah, that stuff. Yeah. Oh, you can make that out of grass too, I guess. And I could have made a bow a long time ago. Yeah. So let's look at bows. Oh no, what was this? Oh yeah. Oh no, I disconnected. Well, that's no good. Oh. Sorry about that, guys. Bad frames. There we go. Recurve bows, dry curve bow stave. Simple bow is stick, stick, stick. Flax, flax, flax. So flax, flax, flax. Somewhere in here is 4 of those. There's another one. I'm 2/3 of the way. I think I can make more if I take dry grass. Yeah, I think I can make nothing, huh? Yeah, how do you make flax again? Let's see. I actually really like their survival handbook. I wish it, yeah, I wish Minecraft had this. It would have been a lot more engaging of a game. Mature flax. I don't know where to find flax. Mature flax. Let's look at mature flax on the wiki. Vintage story mature flax. Where is my WoW character right now? I am currently in South Shore, which is good. And I have a turn-in, which is also good.
This is translated from a letter you found in a syndicate encampment. This was not written by a thief or even a noble of Alterac. It appears the syndicate has ties to another power, and I shudder to think what that might be. The letter you brought me was written by a being who calls himself Nagaz, a member of the Argus Wake. I don't know what this Argus Wake is, but if they're in alliance with the syndicate, then they must be a threat. I want you to find Nagaz and the Argus Shadow Mages mentioned in that letter. I want you to find them and kill them. Search in the uplands, where the Syndicate is strongest. It is north of Stronbrad. With luck, you'll find these envoys of the Argus Wake there.
Here, at the northwestmost house, I'm supposed to buy soothing spice. And I'm gonna go make soothing turtle bisque. Soothing turtle bisque. I don't have soothing turtle bisque. We'll go see. Oh no, that was it. That was all we needed. Okay.
Hello. Everyone will be so pleased. Chef Jessen's soothing turtle bisque is served once again.
You need something?
I should go look for flax, but it's the middle of the night. Yeah, it's like 11:15 at night. I don't know. A spelunk might be the next best thing. I'm totally full, so I'm gonna put stuff down. Yeah, I'm just gonna take a... Now I've got a spawn. I can go fight down there all I want. I mean, I can pretty much fight forever now. It becomes a lot more fun of a game. Now that I've got spawn, it really doesn't matter. I don't think about that, but... Yeah, one of these is actually really valuable. I'm gonna be careful with it. Yep, that's valuable. I make a bow out of that. The nice thing about a bow is, it's like, I mean, I guess they break, but, yeah. Oh, I need to bring a stack of wood with me if I want to get out. Yeah, we're gonna bring a stack of wood just in case. It will bring some food in case I get hungry, and yet we'll leave that. We got a couple of tools and stuff. The knife should be in the 2 key, and that should be in that. Yeah, and yeah, and we'll plant some trees. I love this stupid game. It's a naturalist game. It's so good. Yeah, now that I have a spawn, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna go to that fucking cave. I'm gonna fight in there. Fight people in there. See if I can get their stuff for a bow. Oh, what's this? Where were you? You're running from me. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Oh, God. And this is why I brought wood. Yeah. Like, that's like, oh, God. Like, that was my character being like, I'm caving. I love her. I love the damage, actually. I think the damage is such a smart way to do it. Or the music, or the instruments. Yeah, nice. Is this like a ladder now? No. Well, yeah. I mean, there's not really much that needed to happen. Ouch. Yeah, some of this like went caving in. Yeah, some of this caved in. Well, I brought a shovel. But I don't know if I can do this stuff. Can I do this stuff? Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, I can, but it's like a maze to get out of here, but I think you can, yeah. Oh man, what if this collapses? I'll die and lose it all. Well, but I don't have anything, so whatever. Yeah, and it ends here. I don't think I can get any further than this. Oh no, maybe I'm okay. Yep, can't go any further than that. Or I don't know. Let's see. Maybe I'm okay. Oh, yeah. Yep. Oh, look, and my little entrance and everything. All right, this was the staging point where I was getting a lot of aggro, and a lot of things spawning and stuff. Oh, what was this now? Oh, yep. Ouch. That hurt. Ouch, that hurt. Ah! Ah! Fell. What is he gonna fucking take? Fucking die. No. Oh god. Keep running. I made it out. Oh. I like sandboxes like this that are unforgiving. That guy is not really... I mean, I don't know why he took goddamn 15 blows or whatever. I need a better weapon. I need to learn about how to make a furnace and how to smelt copper and go out looking for copper in the wild. And make like a copper fucking sword or something. And I bet these things die way easier. But this fucking spear does like no damage to them. And that hurt. That fucking hurt. I'm cold too. I'm like really cold. So I was like down in a cave at night, and I might be I might be soaking wet. No, I'm not wet, but my core temperature is at 37 Celsius. So we're gonna seal this just on principle. Yeah. And I'm gonna, I can't sleep, huh? You won't let me sleep. Why won't you let me sleep? No. Bad. Bad, bad, bad. So dumb. Oh my god. Man, yeah, why not just make fucking firewood? No. I want to put, and put, no. I want to take my fire starter, wherever it is. Why can't I sleep? It's like, I guess it's like 4 in the morning, but... Why does one bed look different, and why do they look like they don't work? It's stupid. Maybe I should just put down one of those fucking sleeping bags made of hay or whatever. I made that hay bed and I threw it away, and I shouldn't have done that. The hay bed. Yeah, how do you make that? That's like grass? Yeah, I had to make it with grass. Let's get all the grass that I've got. Man, there's so much thatch. Like, thatch everywhere. I'm gonna, like, take it out of all the boxes. Yep. There's the hoe. Dry grass and thatch. Or dry grass. Thatch. Thatch and dry grass. So I have 28 dry grass. Dry grass will make dry grass. We'll make hay. Oh, you can take a bronze knight to a bed? Oh. You can take the bed and chop it up with a knife. Oh, with a silver knife. It has to be a silver flint. No, it'll work. Yeah, it'll work. Yeah. I guess I can chop up the beds, but I can't get them to work, I guess. So now Let's try moving these or whatever. Yeah, let's roll. Like, I don't need to, so let's break this guy with a knife. Can I do that? No. No, no, I guess not. So, okay, well, let's go back to the drawing board. Grass, yeah, hay. Hay is made with 8 dry grass, and that's good because I have... Ah! You're so annoying. Yes. And now I'm out. I'm 4 short, so I have to go chop grass, I guess. I think a knife is the best way to do that. Oops. Okay, so I want to chop grass. Okay, take this and we go blah, 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 and there's my bed material or whatever. Hay bed, which is 3. There it is. Okay, there's the hay bed. I'm going to put it down where that other bed wasn't. And, I'm going to assume that that piece of shit bed is worthless. I don't know. Sleep. Let's do sleep for up to 7 hours. Okay. That thing is working. That is working. You can get your health back. Oh, yeah, but it drains your food. Oh, that's a way to heal? Oh, good, okay. Oh, good, okay. Well, yes. So, we have some nice cooked chicken. Yeah, it's good. And we... Oh, my berries rotted. I'm sure I have berries around here. We'll just get full again. Can I heal to full again? Can I sleep again? I'm not tired enough to sleep. I guess that's how you sleep, and I didn't know. So, okay, well, there we go. So, sleep is good. You can skip the night. I didn't know. Now I do. And that's helpful. Alright, we'll take you off for a little while. We'll put stuff away. Okay, now, now what? Gonna play some WoW. And yeah, in Eve, are we in the right place? Yeah, I think we are. That's good. Oh no, I'm not in the right place. I need to go to... Yeah, that's where I'm going. So I need to undock and go autopilot. so good.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Alright, so... Oh. That has Agi on it. 6 Agi? Oh yeah, but I already have that. That's unfortunate.
Hello.
Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate.
I'm gonna kill that guy. Gonna kill that guy right now.
Autopilot jumping.
You think you can
Autopilot
stay
jumping.
outside of South Shore? Not right now. I'm gonna kill you. I'm coming for you. Right
Warping to
now.
Stargate. Warping to Stargate. Active. Warp drive active.
Coming for you right now. Your death is very imminent. Wait. Coming for you right now. Gonna make you fucking die. And snuff you out.
Approaching Stargate.
I came for you then right now. I hope it was as good for you as it was for me. Stupid rooster. Die, rooster. Oh, it's so beautiful. Such a beautiful day. So beautiful.
Autopilot jumping.
What was that sound? Oh.
Warping to Stargate.
Oh, I've already got all the Yeti for I need, huh? Dirty Knucklebones, Cushfish Brownie, and 38 plus, 36 Cushfish Brownie, 30 Knucklebones, Recovered Tome. I don't know. I used to really like farming Yetis. Hey, look, it's Dalaran.
Approaching Stargate.
Ooh, look, reeds grew where I planted. They're nice and fat and renewable. Yeah, did you see me? Feet pics.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
Okay, the Yetis are good. I need these things. Well, oh, wait, I went too far, huh? Oh, I gotta go in there? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. Let's go do that one. Yeah, the Ultra Signet Ring. We'll go do that one, because that's a lot safer than these elites. Yeah, I mean, the Crushfish Bounty. I'm sure I'll see him, but I gotta go deeper in the zone.
Approaching station.
I do not want to die.
Warp drive active.
Sergeant Dorminion.
Autopilot disabled. Approaching station reached.
Grandpa Vicious. Oh no. Run, fucker, run. Yeah, I have no interest in you. She's an elite too. But we can't aggro them. I'm not really here to try to aggro them. These Snapjaws would pay. Could kill these for a long time, probably unmolested, really. Or go way out over there to Lordimere Lake. There's probably stuff out there. Used to kill Snapjaws a lot. Used to grind here a lot. This is where I used to grind, because you can be left alone. I remember this place, like, I wish there was a lot of fishing nodes. These turtles are great because they don't aggro, so you can just space out. I remember spending a lot of time here when I was younger. 17 years ago. Oh, wait. This guy's 40. Why is he 40? This is not the kind of guy I want. This is not the guy I want. Never mind. I'm gonna just go. I did not know. I did not know. I didn't know. Okay, well, so you say I need Ultrax Signet rings from that guy. But will he kick my ass is the problem. I don't know. I seem to do damage to him. That guy is Storm Rush. Oops, Storm Rush is 40. Oh. Syndicate Enforcer aggroed. These guys are 37. That's a bit more my speed. Yep, these are my guys. Oh. Much aggro. This spot's good. I'm gonna let it repopulate and I'll get this quest done and it's good pay. I don't mind grinding here actually. I just don't want all that link. That's insane link. Dude, it's midnight. Why are you crowing? It's scary. It's always night. I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna fucking wait. I think I'm done with Eve for the night. I'm gonna close it. Yep. And, quit. Yeah, next GIF. Yeah, it's fine. That's good. And, yeah. And, yeah. We'll make some firewood here. Yeah. Oops. Yep. And we'll just feed this guy. I should go fighting. But well, yeah, I can go fighting. Yeah, I could go fighting. I could die down there. I should bring wood. Yeah, I'll bring wood. But we'll go fighting. We'll go find some skellies in a basement and we'll kill them. Alright, who wants some? Oh, you want some, huh? I am dying and I'm aware of it. Oh, wait, I can pause. I can pause. Yes, I lived. I love that I can pause this game. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck this guy. Oh my god. Oh. Die, fucker. There, I got him. I got him. What? Nothing. Damn it. Nope, nothing. Alright, well, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. This was enough damage. I'm probably gonna take damage so I'm leaving this place. Yeah, so I'm just gonna, just gonna get the fuck out of here. This was good. This is what I wanted. Took a swing at it. I didn't get anything. That's alright, you know. I still went down in the dungeon and fucking, you know, gave it my all. I like this game a lot. I see something here. I don't know. I wish they would make more games like this. Where the world just lets you be yourself. Just do whatever you feel like doing. Minecraft never spoke to me, but this game did. I guess I'll sleep. Yeah. Oh, I like this game. I like this game a lot. Yeah, that's good. I like it. Yeah, it's good. Alright. We're going to eat some berries. So, do I have enough, twine now? Probably not. There's some flax fiber. Maybe now that it's daytime, I'll go look for flax, but, first I want to fight for a little bit. Kill her. Kill her. God damn it, you're annoying. Damn, you're gonna pull that whole bit, huh? Are you suicidal? Yes, you are. God damn it, you're annoying. I couldn't stick. I'm gonna let this place recharge. I keep killing everything. We'll let it get numerous again before I waste my time. This is good, doing good. Daytime, I should harvest these. Good, good. I don't know. I guess I'm after twine again. Looking for flax, eagle fern, woad, birch leaves. Grass. Here's the other cave. But this cave is scarier. Yeah, that looks like that's a really fucking far way down. It is. It's too much of a drop. I have wood. And I can get up out of this if I need to. So yes, I will try it. I didn't mean to fall that far, but yeah. Oh, look, it doesn't go very deep though. Oh, okay. Never mind. Well, I learned. There's native copper ore, but I don't know. I don't think I have anything that... I can't dig that without breaking it, I don't think. And I don't think axes work or whatever yet. I don't think that's going to work. A copper tool. Yeah, it's going to require a copper tool, yeah. So... that's okay. Fun. Oh, I bumped my camera, I didn't realize. Oops. Good beer. A black currant bush, but I don't see this flax that they're talking about. We're gonna hunt around looking for flax. I'm not seeing it, but so we'll go out. I could just run home, at some point if it's too much. Yeah. And yeah, we'll take berries where I see them because it's like good food, Okay, so did we close the Eve clients? Yes, we did. So now we'll do some more WoW work. This time I will pause it, however. Or well, I could just let the time run, I suppose. It's yeah, look, I'm like looking for flax. Wow, it just keeps going. God damn, that place is big. And like, yeah, compared to where I am, yeah, there's a lot of water over there. And a bunch of lakes in the neighborhood. Yeah. less the stone. I'll have to look around. I'm going to change my title now. Let's say Caves of QuD. Done. And then oh, gotta change title. Done. And then I want to come here and I want to say done. Save. And yay. And so now we will load Caves of QuD. Library, Caves of QuD. Play. Let's Accept. Full heal, bitch. One intelligence and one ego, huh? Yeah, but what am I currently wearing? It's a miner's helmet. I don't want to change it. But the square cap, I bet it's, worth something. Fuck just happened? Whoa. Ooh, +1 agility. I've got to get home. It's getting dark. Gotta get home. There's a cave right there. There is. Ah. I love this fucking game. I have aggro. Do I? Oh, I do. Oh. Alright, bitches, where are you? Oh. Ouch. Oh, you fucking dick. Ah. Where'd the other one go? He's like hiding in here, but I can't see him. It's so annoying. So annoying. No. Fucking annoying. So cool. You can hear them going away. Still May 21st. There it was. Awesome. Oh. Argus Shadow Mage is way higher than mine. Yeah, I don't need that. But what I will do is farm turtles, I guess. Yep, farm turtles and fish. Yep, I don't really see why not. Oh look, I got I got a nice ring. I got a really nice ring. Look at that. Yeah, that's way better than that one. Yeah, shit. Sweet, cool, new ring. Do agility upgrade. Awesome. Oh wow, it was like a second floor? Wait, how does that make sense? Oh. My fish got away. I haven't seen that in a long time. My fish got away. I guess I can't catch greater sagefish. Aww. Maybe I'll fish until I can. 4 time for 25 damage with a 2-handed carbide battle axe. I basically like a fucking like a shredder. And I just spin my arms and I'd chop off all their legs and all their arms with my fucking. I am frozen solid. There's nothing to take. No, there's yeah, I am. Yeah. I don't know. Fucking ice frog is so annoying. There. What was that? I want my teleport back. Oh. Fucking that thing. Fucking frog was so annoying. Mirror shades, huh? What froze me? Oh. Am I dead? What happened? I don't know. Wow, look how far I am. God damn. Well, I'll take the free ride, I guess.
Stripping the Syndicate of its nobility will remove its ability to act decisively and reduce it to nothing more than a gang of thugs. You serve your alliance well, adventurer. Welcome to my inn, weary traveler. What can I do for you?
$7 gold, 44, not bad. Some of my sales should finally have come in. But there's not much, yeah. I just sold a lot more than that, but I guess not. Got 13 silk, that'll sell. Here's 2 fishing spots, that's good. This is tool, is it? Let's see what tool does, and we'll see what it's for. Tool. There's like 2 golds sitting here. Man, I missed the wave. I stopped caring about this game and everybody leveled out and I'm like the last one. It's kind of funny. But I don't care. I'm enjoying it immensely. I really like having rested. Rested is nice. Prism Temu. Ruins with becoming nooks. Okay. It's 5 guys. Masterwork Isakar rifle. First of all, I want to save. And this Isakar... Oops. some money.